This is just my schedule for the next year, fairly set, in case you want to avoid this kind of encounter again in the calendar year. This will help you coordinate that. I think there's an event in there where it says it's one or two things, and it's not the Angels and Archetypes in LA, it's the other event in New York City. So scratch out the Aliens event, and it's in New York City, that thing, that weekend. And then finally, the desperate need to make a living overwhelmed my commitment to good taste, and so, like so many others, I will lead a trip to Egypt in December. Hey, listen, you too could be forced to these kinds of desperate measures. And the only way to make it bearable is to insulate oneself with one's friends, so that you don't have to have anything to do with the other people on these tours. So, we can suffer together, folks, if you want to pony up several $1,000s. I don't think they'll invite me back if they have anyone here listening to my pitch. Okay, maybe the rest. Oh, and the optional cruise up the Nile, I'll be there too. So it's 2 weeks of incredible fun. There'll be a come as you were party on the third night of the cruise. So enough poking fun at our colleagues at their expense. Finally, there is a book out. Those of you if you've ever wanted to buy a Terence McKenna book and have been frustrated because you didn't want to grow psychedelic mushrooms in your kitchen, which was the only other book around, you can now purchase this book. However, only in the Esalen bookstore, because it can't legally be sold till the 17th of February. So the Esalen bookstore made a special deal with Bantam and got a couple of cases of it for this weekend. So you could actually be the first person on your block. You see. The title is Food of the Gods. Not Why Eve Was Right, which is what I wanted, but you learn your place in the hierarchy of being when you work with Bantam books. But seriously, this is my best shot at making a rational argument, sort of, based on archaeology, history, and so forth, for the importance of psychedelics in culture and in the present situation, and for a need to rethink cultural and legal attitudes toward these things. So that's in the mix. And that's, I think I'll save the rest of this paper for tomorrow morning.
What happened to the Harper's book? Did it start be released first?
Fans of internecine publishing struggles. What happened was the two publishers decided, some faster than others, that it would be better if the Bantam book came out first. So the Bantam book is out, and the question refers to a second book called The Archaic Revival, which will be out in May, and which will in no way duplicate this. They're completely different books, but there was a little jostling toward the finish line, and Harper's decided to let Bantam go first. After 20 years of being ignored, it was nice to see that these people were paying attention. So anyway, that's it for the gossip department. Welcome to Esalen, those of you who've never been here before. Welcome to the refurbished Big House, fans of renovation who have been here before. And the best way these things work, I think, or what we've fallen into as a habit, is on this first meeting, people basically just state, if they wish to, who they are. But for my edification, what can I tell you? You know, what do you want? It's brief enough, and it will go past very quickly. So out of people stating their interests and concerns, tonight will come an agenda of topics for the rest of the weekend. And once I get going, my style is pretty much just to rave. So feel free to interrupt. Otherwise, it will just go past. And you can interrupt for clarification or to ask a question or whatever. It's very informal. It's so informal that I don't even know the name of it. Does anybody have a catalog?
A weekend with Terrence McKenna.
We finally just hurled all pretense to the wind rather than endlessly recycling. Well, we can probably fill that bill. So this, to my mind, the importance of these things is that everybody is self-selected to be here. And it's an extraordinarily peculiar set of concerns that fall into nexus in this situation. So we represent some kind of an affinity group. And I think it's very important for the people to get to know each other because, all kinds of relationships, arrangements, possibilities can emerge out of these meetings. Someone in this room has what you're looking for. And, your problem is to figure out who and then go from there. So to aid you, the clues emerge tonight when we go around in the circle and everybody gets a brief chance. And for some people, it will be probably their only opportunity because some people step out of the light to say anything you want, provided it's brief. Lack of brevity is proof of psychosis in this situation. And after all, we are in a center for psychophysical healing, so please honor that. My take on science, I might as well couch it as a comment to you, but it will come out in some other form anyway, is science is excellent at doing what it was designed to do, but it has expanded its province into all reality and seeks to pass judgment in areas where it has no real business going. It's a very limited method that achieves its claim to universality by wildly exaggerating its accomplishments. For example, science to do its work, modern science post-Newton, depends on probability theory. But probability theory has a built-in assumption that has never been thoroughly looked at, and that is the assumption of what Newton called pure duration, meaning that science, if you describe a scientific procedure to someone, they don't ask whether you did it on a Wednesday or a Saturday. Science seeks to be time independent. And in order to do that, it has to make the assumption that time is invariant. This is just a first try with Occam's razor. In fact, in our own lives, what we experience is endless variation. In other words, it may be that the hydrogen bond, when it breaks, always breaks the same way. But love affairs, investment strategies, political campaigns, the building of empires, these things are always characterized by a kind of uniqueness. And science, by invading these domains with probabilistic conceptions, gives us the science of statistics, polling, and hands to us mythical entities like the citizen or the average white male, or, these are just absurd abstractions that are generated by a particular kind of worldview that is not really examining its first premises. So I would propose a modified definition of science that would then let it do its work in peace, which is science is the study of those phenomena which are time independent, but that in many realms of nature, a new theory to replace probability theory and flat duration is necessary. The power of probability is simply based on its success in these very, very limited domains. And now there's no way back from that. Modern science is thoroughgoingly probabilistic. If you were to try and remake, they're always raving about the new paradigm in science, and it's always usually some tiny diddling of what they've already got. If you were to really try and remake science, then you would have to replace the assumption of invariability in time with a mathematical statement about its variability. And we'll talk more about that tomorrow, because there is room for that. Science is not reason. Reason is a different domain. And I think anything which is unreasonable, ultimately unreasonable, is just patently absurd. That's why I don't feel great affinity with most of the marching hordes of the New Age, because, the fact of the matter is they don't possess any razors for separating the nuts from the berries. But nevertheless, our intellectual choices are not between the channelers of Lazarus and the American scientific establishment. There's a vast set of possibilities in between there and beyond those poles of discourse that can be worked out. Every society that's always existed has had the built-in assumption that they only needed to find out 5% more about reality, and then it would all fall into place, and that they had the right tools for doing that. And but we look back then with this great sense of superiority on the naivete of the ancient Egyptians, the ancient Greeks, the Maya, the 17th century English, everybody. We look back on their naivete. But in fact, our own cultural enterprise is obviously fraught with a peculiar illogic and childishness and naivete. We're a culture that, robs our children to create a potlatch culture in the present. And this would look fairly pathological from any cultural perspective outside our own. The thing, this is a segue, but it makes sense. The thing that I think psychedelics do that addresses this problem and many, many problems, or choke points in our ideological effort to understand what's going on, is the contribution that they make is that they dissolve boundaries. And culture, the word virtual reality was used as we went around the circle. Culture is the sanctioned virtual reality. And it is put in place by the machinery of local language, you see. And so then you're born into this circumstance, and you're told, you are a male child, you are a citizen of the United States, you are a Christian, you are a Jew, you will go to college, you will do this. And you never question. It's called the social contract. It hasn't gone unnoticed by Western philosophers. It's gone unnoticed by those of us who are its foremost victims. They try to tell you that you're in a social contract, but when you ask to see your signature on the document, they tell you that you were born into this contract. Well, what the hell kind of contract is that? It means that you were born into a kind of enslavement to a linguistically empowered paradigm of virtual reality within which you will walk around your entire life, congratulating yourself on its accomplishments and ignoring its contradictions and weaknesses. So what psychedelics do, and why they are in all times and all places such social dynamite, is they dissolve the cultural machinery. Doesn't matter, head shrinking Amazon native, Hasidic Jew, Chinese merchant in Singapore, whoever it is, the psychedelic dissolves their cultural construct and puts them in touch with the fact of being in organism. Being an organism is like what you get when you take off your real clothing. Not this clothing, but the clothing of language, programming, and assumption. Then you find yourself within the context of organism, outside the context of culture. And for the reason this is not a mass movement is many people hear that and they say, I know what that is. That's called being nuts. I don't want that. That sounds absolutely terrifying. Well, these are people for whom that cultural machinery is necessary armoring in an almost Reichian sense. Necessary armoring. They cannot face the world without culture because they are in fact defined by culture. Now, who are these people? These are the people, and we each to some degree imbibe in this category. These are the people whose values are set by the engines of commerce and propaganda. These are the people who dress as they are told to dress, spend as they are told to spend, believe as they are told to believe. But within every human being, there is a kind of, at least the possibility of a revulsion against this kind of anesthesia of uniqueness, because that's what it is. You can put your uniqueness to sleep, and then you dress Gucci and you invest with these people and you drive this car and you're correct. Because your accountants, your managers, your agents, your public, whoever, your husband, your lover, is telling you that you're correct. Definition from without means being defined by the cultural machinery. Cultures other than our own have somehow always known, perhaps because nature is such a huge force outside the Western industrial democracies, people have always known that this is a fiction, that the world of cultural values is a necessary illusion, if you will. And so they create a class of people called shamans or seers or magicians or trans-ecstatics or what have you. And these people are deputized by the cultural machinery to go beyond it, and to return with truth. Not culturally sanctioned truth, but just truth, the felt experience of being an organism that I'm talking about. And by this process, cultures conduct their evolution, if you're an evolutionary thinker, or their random walk through time, if you're more of a phenomenologist. But whatever they're doing, we're not doing that, because the mechanisms that we have used to close off access to the beyond culture dimension have in our hands grown so strong that we have, in a sense, succeeded to the point where we've put ourselves out of business. And the people to blame for this are these wily Greeks. Because while everybody else was carving horned masks and painting themselves with cross-hatching and stuff like that, the Greeks got the idea, we'll do it differently. We will portray the surface of the naked human body in marble. What this means is that the eye rises to the surface of reality and looks around for the first time from the point of view that we would call naive realism. But what a cultural journey it took to reach naive realism, because you had to sever yourself endlessly from the intuition of a symbolic, magical, spirit-haunted universe. And the Greeks, through a series of cultural accidents, and I would say mistakes, ultimately, achieved this. And they had then an alphabet, a phonetic alphabet, which empowered a further severing of linguistic intentionality from the essence of the object intended. Because you see, a phonetic alphabet symbolizes sound. It doesn't symbolize the way something looks or its thinghood. It just symbolizes sound. And the phonetic alphabet then issued into a series of cultural styles: science, rationalism, mathematical analysis of phenomenon. I mean, this was something absolutely unheard of, and is the unique contribution of the Western mind, that, you know, people noticed that you could take a gut string and shorten it by half, and the tone would shift one octave and stuff like that. And they got the idea of numerical analysis, which opened up the path into culture to the present world. Well, each of these steps into realism, and remember I said we would call it naive realism. Now that word takes on a different meaning from the context of the 20th century. It was naive. It was horribly naive. In fact, we were led down the primrose path by such simplistic notions, because what was suppressed was the invisible, messy world of the spirit and the human unconscious. This is the great tension that illuminates Greek civilization. You know, on one, I mean, take Plato as an example, because here in one thinker, these distinct strains of thought, these antithetical strains of thought are perfectly present. You have, you know, an overarching realism, a drive to categorize and to arrange in rational relationships, and you have a thoroughgoing mysticism with roots back into the Minoan religion of Crete and back into Egypt and Africa. I mean, it's really extraordinary. And that was the last moment in the Western cultural enterprise when these things were in balance. And they were not in balance in any one particular person. If you lived in that world, you probably had to pick and choose. And, you know, the skeptics were sneering at the Gnostics, who were saying secret knowledge came from an unspeakable place beyond the machinery of cosmic fate. And the skeptics just thought, you know, baloney, what kind of talk is that? Now we live in the consequences of this naive realism. Because, like all forms of innocence, if allowed to grow beyond the proper bounds, it becomes festering, it becomes decadent, it becomes not innocence but idiocy. It turns on itself. And this is, I think, the kind of world that we're living in. Now, parallel to this, a cultural adventure of several thousand years, the rainforest peoples of the warm tropics of the world kept intact the high Paleolithic style of cultural relativism mitigated by natural magic. And what did natural magic mean? It meant these boundary dissolving experiences with hallucinogens. Now, it isn't simply, I don't want to make it sound reductionist, it isn't simply that culture builds up structure and psychedelics dissolve structure and then conduct you into some shimmering existential realm of transcultural being. It isn't that. It's that in that shimmering transcultural realm of being, you discover new modalities, new rules. There's something there when you dissolve all the boundaries that you can. And the paradox of what is there from the point of view of the legacy of rationalism is what is there is an immense love and affection and intentionality waiting to engulf suffering mankind or the individual. This is what I call the mind behind nature, what people call Gaia, the mind of the planet, the organized intellect that somehow is the mothering force that encloses the whole of planetary life. This is a real thing. And I would never have thought so had I not had experiences which forced me to consider this. I think without the experiences, that rap comes off as horribly namby-pamby. You know, I mean, it's just, oh my God, not another one of these Gaia people, you know. But in fact, this is a fact of reality, which anyone who has the courage to make the proper investigations can satisfy themselves is a real object of experience. You see, I'm 45. I grew up through the 50s, and I can remember these movies where the white people get captured by the cannibals and put in the pot to be boiled, and there was always a witch doctor, right? Well, this guy just epitomized the most nightmarish forces of unbridled primitivism and ignorance imaginable. Now, this has become, or is in the act of becoming, I hope, the guiding paradigm of the culture. Because what the shaman is the person who is still, and it's men and women, the person who is still in touch with this organic intelligence that lies behind nature. Now, the puzzle behind all of this, I really don't think that there would be much of a problem if what we were dealing with was a planet with teeming oceans, teeming jungles, climaxed forests in the temperate and tropical zone, Arctic tundra, so forth and so on. The clue that something weird is going on this planet is ourselves. Obviously. I mean, we are like a fart at the opera. Everything else makes sense. We don't make sense. And the speed with which the human type emerged from the proto-hominids is unparalleled in the evolutionary history of life. Edmund O. Wilson called the doubling of the human brain in size in under 3 million years the most rapid doubling of organ size in a major animal in the entire history of life on this planet, us. There's something weird about human beings. And so much of the explanatory machinery of culture is designed to make it go away, you see. Even something as respectable and expressive of liberal values as Darwinism is in fact an effort to explain how it's all okay. It's natural. Don't worry. It's natural. You just get mutation and you have natural selection and you have traits and these traits extend themselves. But it's a great step, to Milton, to the space shuttle, to an integrated global economy. I mean, are these the products of animal existence? The Darwinist says yes. And we tend to huddle under his umbrella because, these shit-slinging fundamentalists seem to be the only other people out there. But obviously, when you're impaled on the horns of that kind of a dilemma, there needs to be a breakthrough to a third, fourth, or fifth possibility. And what I will argue for this weekend is that something very, very peculiar adheres to the adventure of being human, and that it is not all business as usual. We are not simply an advanced chimpanzee. Neither are we the sons and daughters of the Lord God Almighty. I mean, that also seems to me a stretch and to raise certain problems not easily swept under the rug. There has to be a third possibility. And I think that when we start, as we will tomorrow, talking about the way psychedelics synergize and stabilize certain abilities within a hominid population, and the way in which then other cultural reinforcements can be built upon that, you will see at least part of the story has to do with the way in which, by being forced toward an omnivorous diet, by virtue of having to leave the canopy homeland for a bipedal existence in the grasslands, we had to undergo a huge dietary change. And part of our strangeness has to do with the evolutionary changes worked upon us by virtue of our exposing ourselves to unusually high amounts of mutagens in foods as we expanded our diet, and drugs and foods come in here. The other part of the equation, which is much more speculative and which we'll talk about tomorrow night, has to do with the notion of an attractor and of trying to look at humanness not as a mistake, a cosmic error, or as Heidegger said of man, he said we are flung into being. The idea always being that it doesn't make sense, that there's an arbitrariness to us. But I think that there's a way of analyzing process that will show that we are not only part of what is going on, an embedded part of what is going on, but that we actually represent the place where all the eggs are poured into one basket. And I'll just say a little bit about this tonight. When you look at the history of the universe, if you look with unbiased eyes, I think that what you will see is that the universe is a novelty producing and conserving system of some sort. The early universe was so simple that when we now rest, we're going with science here for a minute, we're asked to believe that it sprang from nothingness in a single moment, that its diameter was less than that of an electron. And then in a very short period of time, a number of very dramatic things happened, but they are all couched in terms of an expansion and cooling. From the moment the universe is born, it begins to cool. And as it cools, complexity magically crystallizes out. The original universe, there weren't even atoms because there was such high temperatures that atoms could not stabilize themselves into orbits around atomic nuclei. So there was what's called a plasma, just a soup of naked electrons. And then gradually, as the universe cooled, the simplest of all atomic systems was able to form, the hydrogen atom. And these hydrogen atoms were produced in staggering amounts, and they began to clump together. And this is tricky, but not our problem. This is a problem for science. They don't know why they clumped, because it should have all been smooth, right down to today, but it isn't. So in this clumping process, of course, great temperatures and pressures were created at the centers of these masses of hydrogen, and a novel process, therefore, could spring into existence, the process of fusion. And fusion of hydrogen in early stars cooked out heavier elements, iron, sulfur, and especially carbon. Well, after that, then you get all those molecular or atomic species, and then they can aggregate into molecular species. And then, because of the presence of 4-valent carbon, very complex molecules called polymers, which are chain molecules, can form. Some of them acquire the quality of being able to replicate. Some of them acquire the ability to enclose themselves in a membrane, and so forth and so on. And in short, the march is on toward you and I here this evening. But what's interesting to note is that each successive stage in this process happens more rapidly than the process which preceded it. So that the early universe, 10 billion years goes on, and it's all in about this star formation cookout thing. And then, planetary formation. Then once you get, and then 1 billion years, they wait for primitive prokaryotic life. And then, once it happens, the eukaryotes follow fast, and after them, the ciliated protozoas, and, it's just a moment to Madonna. Both of them. Okay, now, what science says about this process is that what we're seeing is an illusion, or that it doesn't matter. They're saying it is not a law of the universe that novelty be conserved, and that each new level of novelty proceed more quickly than the one which was its parent. And so by chopping it off like that, human history is denied any relevance in the natural order. It is not part of the natural order. And even though we think we're a secular society, our assumptions about history are straight out of Genesis. We do not think of history as a branch of biology, and which it obviously is. So what I believe is happening is an accelerating process of novelty conservation that has reached such a point now at the close of the second millennium that it is absurd to try to propagate the human future by fantasy centuries into the future. There is no future because the rate of acceleration is so close to approaching infinity that no possible future can be imagined. Now, people talk about this, but they never draw the implications. You've probably seen some show on television talk where they say, here's the curve of human energy release, and here's the Stone Age, and here's the 16th century, and here's the 20th century, and it's headed for infinity. Okay, next slide. Here's the curve of human speed. In the 1750, people could go as fast as a horse could gallop. In 1820, the steam engine, and then the 20th, and then it goes to infinity. And they say, okay, here's the human population curve. In the year 1000, there were 400 million people on Earth. In the year 1850, and so forth, and it goes to infinity. So they don't believe it. They don't believe that the rational extrapolation of the trends visibly beheld in the present preclude the possibility of any imaginable future. Or at least I don't believe so. I believe that we're actually in the grip of a process that cannot be halted or accelerated, but which is now in a process of tightening its gyres, as William Butler Yeats said, that what we call the chaos of 20th century history is in fact the speeding up of this temporal process to the point where it is now visible within a single human lifetime. I mean, we're like mayflies or something, we're born one day and we die the next. So only the most incredibly accelerated kinds of change make any impression upon us whatsoever. I mean, mostly we say nothing happens. But in fact, in the 20th century, it's incredible. In the last 12 months, there has been more change compressed into time than in the previous 20 years. And those 20 years had more change in them than the previous 100 years. And that 100 years had more change in it than the previous 1,000 years. And that 1,000 years had more change in it than the previous 10,000 years. But science tells us this is meaningless. This is not a real, legitimate phenomenon that you're talking about. You're just lining up facts to make it appear as though there is an attractor, to make it appear as though the human historical enterprise is about to run itself into a stone wall or off a cliff or into another dimension. And this is really the question, I think. Because psychedelics are or were once described as consciousness expanding drugs, phenomenological description, consciousness expanding drugs. Well, if that's true, or if there's even the slimmest possibility that that's true, then we have to avail ourselves of these things, because consciousness is precisely what we are starving for the lack of. And history is no longer rationally apprehendable by the systems which created it. I mean, everybody who's running around gloating over what happened to Marxist-Leninism should understand that Marxist-Leninism is traceable right back to the social contract theory of Rousseau, and that Western liberalism is traceable to the same root. And the crisis of Marxism is they just died first, that's all. But all these ideologies are on the brink of a coronary thrombosis, and we're going to have to catch the falling bodies when it hits. I mean, do you think that mercantile capitalism, which extracts the environmental reserves at an ever-accelerating rate, has any history, any future whatsoever on this planet? I mean, they're just looting the last few $100 billion worth of stuff before they announce that everybody's going to have to go on a diet that will drop your jaw, So we've come to the end of our rope. So then what do we have to do about it? Well, what we have to do is we have to look back in time and find cultural models that served in the past. And, many of you who've been here before have heard me talk about what I call the archaic revival, an effort to jerk 20th century culture 180 degrees and send it right back to the value systems of the high Paleolithic, because that's the last moment that intelligence, language, religion coexisted with nature on this planet in a less than fatal arrangement. You know, from the moment that agriculture was invented, the die was cast. Because first of all, agriculture is a strategy for dumping a huge database, the database of the hunter-gatherer, and replacing it with a database that is important for only 5 or 6 species of plant. You then give up nomadism, which begins to concentrate your impact on the land into one place. You then plant these crops, and you have such success producing food that now moving anywhere is unthinkable. Plus, the big project after the fall harvest festival is now we have to build a wall to keep the starving people from stealing our surplus. So immediately there's us successful people and those people who weren't successful and who have different cultural values and who didn't produce a food surplus. So, we've decided we're going to sharpen sticks and kill all of them. So then you have warfare, thicker walls, retreat into cities, standing armies, defensive territory, class structure emerge, the notion of wealth as an abstraction, because wealth in a Aboriginal society is a sharpened stone, not your portfolio with your investments neatly listed, you see. So this is, just a pass over these themes. I know a lot of people came hundreds of miles and drove a long way today, and I tend to whip you with this stuff. But the idea is that the psychedelics are more than the best fun there is, which they are, more than a tool for exploring your own psyche and straightening out your own kinks, which they are. They are, in fact, the key to understanding the pathology that culture has become and the way out. I mean, there has to be a way out, and it really is this archaic revival. I mean, and if you're resisting it, think of it this way. If we don't organize the archaic revival, it will be handed to us on a platter in the form of failed agriculture because the ozone hole is screwed up, infrastructures falling apart, financial systems falling apart, the rise of fundamentalist religion. In other words, we are going to have a return to a previous historical model, and it can either be managed humanely through an honoring of the feminine, an honoring of the earth, a return to the techniques of ecstasy that characterized the high Paleolithic shamanism, or it can be handed to us in the form of shortages, famines, disease, internecine warfare, nuclear proliferation, toxic dumping, so forth and so on. But one way or another, this whole edifice put in place by the Renaissance and jacked up to high speed by the European Enlightenment and delivered into this hellish climax by mathematical analysis and the rise of global technology. And remember, each of us has never seen these changes within a lifetime, and yet within the past 200 years, the world has gotten tremendously more pathological, tremendously more ill. The size of cities, the power to extract natural resources, to mine Siberia and the mountains of Chile and the interior of the Amazon and Borneo, and these unimaginable technological infrastructures have been put in place to sustain a dying patient. I mean, that's what we have here. We're on respirators. We're getting intravenous feeding. They are monitoring everything because it's not healthy. It can only be sustained through the most extraordinary and heroic means. We're taking bone marrow from the children of the future in order to keep a corpse alive. And people don't find their voice. They don't seem to know how to call a halt. You know, I mean, I listen to the politicos who aspire to leadership, and, you know, they have the same problem with the vision thing as the maximum leader of the present moment. So these are the things that we'll talk about this weekend, and you must steer me or I will harangue. And it's not a pretty sight, I must tell you.
Are there legal ramifications, or do you have like
Legal ramifications to this plant collection in Hawaii?
are some of the plants regulated?
Well, this is sort of a touchy area. There's nothing that is out and out, drag them away, kicking and screaming, illegal, like coca or something like that.
That sounds like it would irritate the authorities nonetheless.
It may potentially be some kind of irritant to them. You would have to be a field botanist of great skill and sophistication to find anything that was a problem. There are plants that have never been, that are in some nebulous dimension illegal, but there's never been a test case of it, you see. Because one of the things that would be a rational reformation of the drug laws, and would in fact follow the lead of English common law, is to distinguish between a plant and a drug. In fact, at one point I advocated what I called the Vegetable Drug Act, which would just be simply to state that plants are not drugs and plants cannot be illegal. You can't make a portion of nature illegal. This is crazy thinking. One of the things that I talk about in my book that we've never talked about much in these weekends because the groups don't seem to have much interest in it, but I found it sort of fascinating, was, for example, in the case of opium, most of us grow up with a completely demonized vision of the morphine family. I mean, this is the lowest of the low, and if somebody gets mixed up in junk, it's just considered, slow suicide and so forth. And it is certainly true that heroin addiction is fairly destructive and doesn't do your relationships any good and that sort of thing. But it was very interesting to me in the process of writing this book to discover that opium, which has been known and used by human beings for at least 4,000 years, possibly longer. Nobody ever suggested that opium was addictive until the 17th century, when the English physician John Playfair noted for the first time that exposure to opium created a craving for more opium. It had been used for 3,000 years without anybody ever noticing that it was addicting. And one of the tendencies that this book traces fairly clearly is the tendency to refine and strengthen drugs until they become social problems. We don't seem to rest until we push them to the most virulent, most destructive form. A good example of this that you're all familiar with is coca and cocaine and crack, because coca is, if you go into a coca using area of the Amazon or the Andes, the villagers, the people you meet, they are very well aware of the cocaine problem in the United States and the DEA and all this. And the first thing they want to tell you is coca is not a drug, it's a food. And Tim Plowman, God rest his soul, a good friend of many of us, who died a few years ago, a great field botanist. He did studies of the nutritional value of coca and discovered that, in fact, in a coca-using population, up to 30% of the vitamins and minerals in the diet are coming from coca. And it is not a social problem. It does not lead to antisocial behavior or child abandonment or violence or anything like that. It is, in fact, largely, it makes life possible in the jungle because it gives you the energy that you must have. The jungle is an extremely encroaching place, and if the only tool you have to hold back the jungle is a self-sharpened machete, in the absence of coca, you would toss in the towel after a couple of weeks of struggling with this. In the presence of coca, you can settle down to a lifetime. It's a short life. You'll be dead between 35 and 40, but a lifetime of struggling with the jungle. You see, one misconception that it's probably important to clear up that people have about the jungle is when they see the climaxed tropical rainforest, they assume that this tremendous richness of vegetation must signal a tremendous availability of food, fruits, and things. This is not at all the case. It's very easy to starve to death in a tropical jungle. The reason for this, especially an old tropical jungle like the Amazon, the reason for this is because evolutionary competition is so keen among species that there is no luxury to produce rich, juicy fruits loaded with sugars and stuff like that. I mean, often in the Amazon, people will show you what they're eating as a treat, something they found along the trail. And when you bear down on what it is, it's often a fruit or something like that that has just a millimeter thin film of slightly sweet pulp or something like that around it. There isn't it's not a place where it's easy to get a food supply together. So a drug like coca, which suppresses appetite, this is its second important consequence, is in great demand. And the suppression of appetite, the providing of energy, it's made for this very, very harsh environment. The other thing is there are other psychoactive compounds in coca, other so-called canes, and they mitigate the property of the cocaine. Western science got a hold of this and quickly turned it into cocaine, which is, very hard on the major muscles of the heart, highly addictive, and, a fairly pernicious drug, although it's the monkey doing it that you usually have to wonder about. And then, in our perverse way, we go to crack cocaine, which is an even more virulent form, more easily delivered. And the evolution of drug delivery systems is an interesting aspect of the whole drug problem. Hypodermic syringes were invented in the 19th century, just in time for the invention of morphine. And following on the heels of those two inventions were two great wars, the American Civil War and the Franco-Prussian War in Europe, happening at roughly the same time. Out of those two wars emerged the first population of hard drug addicts in Western culture. There had never been anything like that before. At the close of the Civil War, morphine addiction was called the soldier's disease because there had been so much indiscriminate use of morphine on the battlefields of the Civil War. I am answering your question about agriculture, but stick with me here. So then this is, to my mind, the partnership paradise of prehistory in which The feminine was honored. Men and women existed in equilibrium. Child caring was shared. Men, because of the strong upper body and different physical characteristics, were assigned the hunting. And also because women had babies clinging to them all the time and were not so mobile. So there was an early division of labor. And I think, although I wouldn't argue this to the death, but it seems reasonable to me, that women are probably the inventors of language. And for this, we can both thank them and, wonder about the consequences of it. Now, why would women be the inventors of language? It's because hunting is a fairly generalized concept where great emphasis is placed on stoic waiting and physical strength. You need to be able to keep your mouth shut for hours and hours at a time, sitting stock still, waiting, and then when the moment comes, just wail on whatever it is that's running by. The position of the well, the gatherer is an entirely different problem, and the women took the gathering. What gathering is all about is fine distinctions. You want to be able to say, when someone says to you, where did you find these wonderful roots? You want to be able to say, they're down near the sulfur spring. They grow in the ground underneath the plant with the small yellow flowers and the serrated leaf edge with the furry underneath. In other words, it's a tremendous problem of location linguistically. And if any of you are botanists, you know that until the invention of photography, botany created a whole special language for itself called taxonomic description, where you would say, well, this plant is cespitose with crenellate leaves, and trichomes are present. And what this is an excruciatingly detailed physical description. And women also were socialized more than men because they shared childcare, they spent time together in food preparation, and food preparation is part of it as well. You have to be able to not only tell where the plant came from, you have to create a linguistic machine for conveying how it is to be used. Well, I think that this partnership paradise was really the moment when human beings were most human, most at peace within and without, between men and women, between adults and children, between the human family and the environment, because we were nomadic, our populations were kept small, and I think that the sexual style of these early human beings, that we can reconstruct it by looking at phenomenon like the pygmy chimpanzees, and then looking at sexual and social styles among Aboriginal people like in the Amazon. And the chief thing that comes out of that is group values predominate. So consequently, the great tension that drives our society, which is the tension of mate claiming and holding, which we call, maintaining and breaking relationships, really wasn't there. In that hunter-gatherer quasi-nomadic situation, the natural style would have been orgiastic. And orgy has a very interesting social consequence. It makes it impossible for men to trace lines of male paternity. This is very important. In other words, the children in an orgiastic society are society's children. Women know who their children are because they see them come out of their bodies, and unless they put them down and forget where they put them, they will always be able to go back to their children. Because the sex act and the fact of birth are separated by 9 months, it took a long, long time for the role of the specific male to dawn on these societies. Once male paternity becomes an issue, there's tremendous tension because the orgiastic style is appealing on one level to everybody, I think. But on another level, if you're concerned about male paternity, you want to suppress orgy, you want to control women. And in fact, you begin to think of them as my women and your women, and I have nothing to do with your women, and you have nothing to do with my women. So women become a source of great anxiety in this situation. Well, now this is, I want to make it clear, this is not to say that we fell from grace, from a state of grace that was laid onto us by nature, because the style of all monkeys is male dominance. Even if you go back to the primitive primates, the squirrel monkeys and like that, male dominance hierarchies are always what's happening. So I think that the admission of psilocybin into the proto-hominid diet actually corrected, if you wanted to use that word, corrected a social style that had been present in the monkeys for millions of years, and just for maybe 50 or 100,000 years, the tendency to form male dominance hierarchies was suppressed by this cult of psilocybin use on the plains of Africa. Well, then, the very forces which created this situation, which were the drying up of the African continent, which shrank the great rainforests, broke up this partnership paradise, because the mushrooms became, instead of being abundant all year long on these rainy grasslands, the rains became less frequent. The distance between water holes became greater. The mushrooms became seasonal. The orgies, which had probably been lunar at first, become more stretched out. Maybe they're equinoctial and solstitial, and finally annual, and finally occasional, and finally they don't happen at all. Now, while this is going on, people are aware that the mushroom is getting harder to access. And so, for the first time, they begin thinking of strategies of preservation. And in a world without refrigeration, the obvious strategy is drying or preserving in some medium. Drying of mushrooms is not an effective strategy unless you have medically sealed peanut butter jars and Ziploc baggies and stuff which we presume they didn't have. So then your only choice is some method of preservation. What I see in the archaeology of the ancient Near East is a supplanting of the mushroom cult by a cult of honey. And honey is a very excellent antiseptic preserving medium. And in many cultures, it's used that way. In Mexico to this day, in the Mexican Indian villages, they put the mushrooms and stir them into honey, and then they can preserve them for many months. There's a problem here, though, which is that honey itself can become an intoxicating substance. Honey ferments into mead, which is a crude form of alcohol. Well, alcohol could hardly be more different than psilocybin in terms of the social values that it promotes. Alcohol promotes an inflated sense of ego, an inflated sense of one's linguistic skill, and a lowering of sensitivity to social cueing. You see this in any singles bar, the guys become boorish, they hit on the women because now finally they have the courage to hit on the women, and the whole thing gives rise to the fairly unhappy cultural situation of which we're the heirs. I mean, most women, I don't know how true it is of the women in this room under 30, but most women, their early sexual imprinting goes on in an ambiance of alcohol use and abuse. And that's then lifelong because, it steels one's nerves for love and battle. This is what was, or love or battle. This is what was always said about alcohol. So the women who were the gatherers of this hunting and gathering equation, essentially they were too smart. They outsmarted themselves. They had this enormous database on wild plants and plants that could be gathered in the environment. And they were nomads. And what nomadism means in this African context is that you follow the great herds of cattle around on a yearly cycle as they move from waterhole to waterhole. And you camp for a few weeks, and then you move on following the herds. The problem with this is in the discard of these camps, in the middens of these camps, there would inevitably be seeds discarded as waste. Well, at a certain point, women noticed that the middens, the dumps of last year's camp, was a great place to find food because it seemed to concentrate in those places. And it was because the seeds were being discarded there. So at some point, a Lady Einstein of the High Paleolithic put it together. And it's interesting, this has to do with the conquest of the temporal dimension in terms of cause and effect. In other words, at the same time that the guys were figuring out, if you have sex with this woman, then 9 months later there will be a child. The women were figuring out, if we throw food away here and bury it, 12 months later, there will be food growing on this very spot. Well, at that point, this huge database of information on plants that could be gathered was dumped. And the women said, we don't have to do that anymore. Let's just take what we know about emmer wheat, rye, oats, and a couple of other cereal grains, and we will grow those, and we don't have to gather anymore. Or gathering can decline in importance tremendously. But in order to care for the emmer wheat and the rye and the oats, the sedentary lifestyle displaced the nomadic lifestyle. And I talked a little bit last night about the consequences of the invention of agriculture. The first consequence was surplus, something the human race had never dealt with before, because in the hunter-gatherer situation, once you've gathered enough, you stop working. Agriculture is a process where you sort of push a button, and lo and behold, here comes abundance. More abundance than you know what to do with. So you have a new problem. The problem is not getting enough food. Now the problem is preserving it and defending it. And both of these problems can be solved by ceasing to wander and beginning to build walls. And so this is what was done. The most advanced structure, human structure on this planet 10,000 years ago was the grain tower at Jericho. And it was specifically built for agricultural surplus, and it was built with walls around it to defend itself. Around 10 to 11,000 years ago, in the archaeological record, all across Europe, the ancient Middle East, and North Africa, we get the appearance of what's called the Tanged Point Technocomplex. What this means is in older strata than the strata of the Tanged Point Technocomplex, when you find an arrowhead, you find one arrowhead. It was lost by some Paleolithic hunter in the pursuit of game. 12,000 years ago, what you suddenly find are huge concentrations of arrowheads in one place. These are not hunting sites. These are sites where somebody laid siege to somebody else's scene in order to grab their women and their food supply and their animals. In other words, warfare is the natural consequence of agriculture. And the cultural pattern that we see in the ancient Middle East is a pattern of walled cities, kingship, suppression of women, slavery, and bronze-tipped warfare. All the progenitors of our own curiously twisted cultural adaptation are set in place there.
So, this is a slight, which may be only important to me, but what you're saying is that really once the first woman or group of women, whoever it was, made this temporal connection and saw that, we ship the seeds out or whatever happens, 12 months later there's more food. We don't have to wander around so much. And once that happened, the die was cast, for McDonald's and the military-industrial complex, in effect. And that once some tribe or bunch of people have a lot more than they could use, and it's there, then it becomes tempting and in a way adaptive for other people to say, why wander around up here, screw around, let's just go kill these people and take their shit. Right. And it's a lot easier.
Right.
Now, and also what you're saying is that nobody noticed that this was fucked up at the time.
Well, it happened over a very long period. And the other thing that I'm saying is, I'll go ahead.
No, to me that seems to be an important point. In other words, there was a major maladaptive cultural development that happened over a lot of time. Yeah. At the time, nobody else was noticing that this was bad.
And it was driven by weather, see. It was driven by the fact that things were just getting drier and people were trying to find a solution to the drying problem.
Nobody thought to say, if we don't store up all this stuff, these other people won't be trying to kill us.
Right. Nobody could conceive of how to return to the nomadic style. And of course, once people started agriculture, then in some cases to be a nomad meant you would have to move through these people's areas and their fields, and then they would be waiting for you with rocks and clubs because they don't want your herds tromping through their fields. But the real key factor, which straight anthropology doesn't acknowledge, is that the slow fading of the use of psilocybin is what permitted all of this, because the boundary dissolving quality of psilocybin is the most important quality, and it changed us from monkeys into these shamanic, feminine honoring, goddess worshipping nomadic people. And then when it began to fade, the reassertion of these older primate patterns, the reestablishment of male dominance over women and so forth, there was nothing to stop it. So I really see psilocybin as a kind of inoculation against the primate nature, that before the first moment of human history, the human being had been perfected. And by that I mean human beings means people able to express affection and care for others, people filled with a sense of group cooperation and group destiny, and so forth and so on. And that really we should see psilocybin as an inoculation against the formation of ego. Ego is the psychic component, which is the fly in the soup. And the ego, it's a maladaptive attitude which changing conditions made into an adaptive attitude. It went from being a form of pathology to being the only game in town as the nature of the situation changed. Ego is dissolved by hallucinogens. And so the hallucinogens kept this egoless society in a kind of stasis for a long, long time. But when the presence of the mushroom weakened and disappeared, then these older primate patterns flowed in and dominated the situation. In the story of Adam and Eve in Genesis, you essentially get this message, except it's told from a dominator point of view. I mean, a careful reading of Genesis will show this is the story of history's first drug bust. And it's a woman who's in trouble. What she does is she eats a forbidden fruit. It's forbidden to her by a male, by Yahweh. And she also corrupts her roommate. And and if you read in the older recensions, like the Q document it's very clear. It says that their eyes were open. The issue is not that this is a poisonous plant. At one point in the story, Yahweh, walking in the garden, mumbles to himself, if they eat of the fruit of the tree of life, they will become as we are. The issue was one of a striving for equality on the part of the human beings and a suppression of that desire for equality by this gardener, this keeper of the garden, whoever this guy was. And so then in the story, they're tossed out of Eden. And it says an angel was set at the eastern gate of Eden with a flaming sword so that they could never make their way back in to Eden. To my mind, this is simply the African sun drying up this partnership paradise. About 10,000 BC, people begin to settle in the Nile Valley. Before that, people didn't live in the Nile Valley. It was an unhealthy place. It was a boggy, malarial lowland, and people lived in what we call the Sahara Desert, but which was then the Saharan grassland. It was only when the grassland turned to desert that people moved out of the grassland and then settled near the river, and those are the proto-dynastic civilizations of the Egyptian archaeological record. In the Tesseli Plateau in southern Algeria, there are rock paintings 7,000 to 15,000 years old that show shamans with mushrooms sprouting out of their bodies and being held hands full of mushrooms. They're reproduced in my book here. So I think part of what is happening in the 20th century is we're making our way back into deep time, and we're discovering our own childhood, and what we're discovering is a pattern of abuse and trauma. The reason human beings are so given to addiction and so restlessly uncomfortable with being is because we, every single one of us, are the victims of a dysfunctional relationship and a trauma that occurred in the childhood of our species. We were meant to be the mushroom-using monkey. We were meant to be, to have a balanced relationship between the masculine and the feminine. We were meant to be the caretakers of the earth. But when the connection to the mushroom was broken, then we turned to building grain silos, forging spears, building walled cities, establishing the mythology of kingship, slave classes, so forth, and so on. And this is why the rediscovery of these things in the 20th century is so important, because we have now been at this male dominator, linear culture for about 7,000 or 8,000 years, depending on how you want to measure it. And it has pushed us to the brink of extinction. Not only us, but the entire planet is now threatened with upheaval, mass extinction, toxification, because of our maladaptation to being. We don't know how to behave. Yeah, Paul.
I have a question, another longer-term scenario here. There's some evidence that humans have consistently wiped out. For example, we may have wiped out the Neanderthals, who may have been, despite what has been said in the past, peaceful, evolved species. And then earlier on, we may have wiped out, as more monkeys wiped out some of the other pre-humans. And then what about the great mammoths and other animals which seem to get wiped out just at the time when humans were developing this real hunting trip?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is true. There was a big paleontological conference in Canada a few years ago devoted to studying the Ice Age extinctions of the great mammals. And the conclusion was it had to be human beings.
They've been through many cycles of ice age. Why should they suddenly disappear in the last ice age?
Yes, I think
Humans were driven through this hunting.
very early we began making this kind of impact on the earth.
I would ask you, if you look at the distinction between appropriate use of these drugs then and now between men and women.
You mean a different way to do it?
Yeah, appropriate use.
Nobody's ever asked me that question before.
And addiction concerns.
You mean-
Yeah, what was the question?
The question over here was, is there a different protocol, or should there be a different protocol for men and women using mushrooms or using psychedelics? And the question over here was?
I would just add to that in present day and addiction concerns, because we seem to have such a problem with addiction in terms of, abusing all these drugs that can really help us. So how do we
Well, I think what we have to do is we have to bring this issue into consciousness, which is never done in a cultural context. I mean, why do we take drugs is the real question. And I think that, the answer, I mean, why do we take bad drugs? Let's ask that question. I think it's because we want to scratch a certain itch, and we can't figure out how to get at it. And so people, they addict to sex, to money, to drugs, to having the morning paper delivered on time. I mean, I myself am threatened with falling into a hysterical rage if I get up and there are no eggs. So, I have to consciously take hold of myself and say, you're not going to die if you have to drive into town and buy a dozen eggs. So don't let it spoil your entire day, The question about a protocol for men and women, I think it is true that men have more of a problem with drugs than women, and more of a problem, it's because they have more of a problem with the surrender issue. Women, by virtue, and it's not so true of modern women, but modern women are a very recent phenomenon on the scene. Women are biologically scripted for these boundary dissolving experiences because they will, in a traditional society, give birth, usually many, many times in their life. And every single time, it's a complete boundary dissolving tremendum. A man, if he's careful, can go from birth to the grave without ever getting into a tight spot like that. And
you say is that these drugs help to balance this male dominating tendency for quite a while, and certainly now, in its resurgence, it seems to be a real wonderful way to explore a much greater harmony. So you're talking about letting go of the ego, especially the male ego. So I wondered, is there not a place there for the woman or the female of the species to explore that, or a need? No need, no obligation,
No, there's a need, because you see, nothing on earth is as much like a man as a woman. We tend to forget this, and ego is not now a male problem. We are all completely infected by ego, because it's a tradition. I mean, even the rhetoric of feminism in some cases is a rhetoric of ego strengthening. They say, be assertive, don't take this stuff anymore, stand up for what you are. Well, that's all very good, except that it isn't the feminine that you are always standing up for. Sometimes it's just sheer assertiveness, which is an ego kind of thing. I think that women have a slight jump on men, but at this late stage in the game, everybody has to do work on this problem, because we have made ego such a cultural value. Now, the reason men may have stronger egos generally than women goes back, I think, to that hunting-gathering dichotomy again. Women, when they went gathering, would go 2 or 3 women with their babies on their backs, and while they were gathering, in all primitive societies, you always hear about the chatter of the women. Women do chatter. As the masters of language, they exist in a sea of this kind of communication. Guys don't talk to each other. It's very rare. And if in your life you were repeatedly, over and over again, told, okay, you stay here on this point and you watch all day long, and we will drive the game by at evening, and then you make the kill. I've been in that situation because I was forced through these male initiations in the meathead society I grew up in. And if you're a 10-year-old, 14-year-old kid, and they set you up on what they call a point, a hunting point, they give you a gun and they set you up on a point and they say, wait here 5 hours. The major struggle is to not be dissolved into the environment, to not become frightened, or it's called Wendigo psychosis, it's to hold the wilderness at bay. And so you have to have rituals of ego empowerment to do that. And the hunter is the exemplar of ego personified. So I think just these different cultural styles made men more egotistical, and also they didn't have, women are naturally hormonally scripted to transfer loyalty and self-identification to their children. It's a much more abstract thing for a male to put his child first. For a woman, it's unthinkable that it could be any other way. For a man, it's a consciously argued decision. Ego is our problem. I mean, you can talk about nuclear waste or nuclear proliferation, but it all gets back to we are not willing to set aside our desires for big houses and many cars and tremendous comfort. And we do not have group values. The reason the planet is dying is because we cannot place the good of the group above our own desires consistently. We know the earth is dying, and yet, who recently has made a voluntary act of simplification of their life or something like that? We're aware of the problem, but we can't. Some do, but a vanishingly small amount compared to the people who are just out there striving like crazy to get theirs. And sadly, the dissolution of communism which certainly had its problems. They're there for everybody to see. But the rhetoric of communism was collectivism, care for the collectivity. In the absence of anybody saying that, now we just have a dog-eat-dog world, and the devil take the hindmost, and it looks like the devil will take the hindmost.
Problems with ego is that it's one of those words that mean all things to all people, and I think we need to say that even in the societies where mushrooms were plentiful and boundary dissolution took place, people came down eventually, and necessarily so, because you need an ego in development. I think you were the one who once said that you need an ego, so if you're in a restaurant, you take your fork and put it in your mouth instead of somebody else's mouth. So,
Yes.
it's a scaffold in which you build personality.
Well, I think our millions of years of primate existence give us a pretty strong ego. And then it was just this brief interlude with psychedelic plants that changed it. And let me say a little bit more about that. It sounds sort of clinical to say that it's ego dissolving. It's like we're dissolving a cyst or something. And that's a good metaphor as far as it goes. But why is the ego dissolving is a good question. What is it about psilocybin that causes the ego to dissolve? Well, I think what it is it shows you the true size of the world. And in the presence of the true size of the world, you finally figure out how important you are. And you aren't important. You don't matter a jot or a tittle in the big picture. You get a picture of 10 million years and 10 local light years of space, and then you say, well, how important is it, what I think? And it's humbling. It's not disempowering. It's humbling. You see, I should get with the program. I only have meaning if I get with the program. If I'm sailing against the program, it's like an ant railing against God. I mean, who cares? What difference does it make? I've always thought that the supreme expression of ego in Western literature is Captain Ahab of Moby Dick. I mean, this is ego unchained, ego raised to the status of deity. It's a losing battle. But at one point, I think in chapter 53, the quarterdeck, the first mate, Starbuck, who represents Christian right reason, says, they're talking about Moby Dick, and he takes the animal rights position, and he says to Ahab, Captain, to seek revenge on a dumb brute seems blasphemy. And Ahab turns on him in fury, and he says, blasphemy, Starbuck? Speak not to me of blasphemy. I would strike out the sun if it insulted me. For could it do that, then could I do the other, since there is ever a sort of fair play. The ego believes that it's on a level playing field with God Almighty. What could be more egotistical than that, So psychedelics, whatever they do for us in our personal lives, as a societal force, they dissolve the ego. And what is it that they dissolve it into? Why is it so wonderful to dissolve the ego? This now comes to the sort of, we've been talking evolution and so forth, and it all makes sense.
What I learned later is when you make a website for your videos or for your work or whatever,
you can look at everything joyfully, or you can look at everything with great sense of misery. Your joy and misery comes from within you. Ru means darkness. Ru means dispeller. One who dispels your darkness is good. You seek a guru because you want your seeking to be more effective, not because you're seeking an answer. Stress, tension, anxiety, depression, madness, all kinds of things. What it means is, your intelligence has turned against you, that's all. Why your intelligence has turned against you? There's no stable enough base. So the entire yogic system is about this, that you create a stable base so that your intelligence works for you. The word yoga means union. What you think as myself is just a psychological boundary that you have set up. If you experience everything around you as myself, this is yoga. When somebody experiences the whole universe as a part of himself, then we say he's a yogi. The significance of being human is just this. For all other creatures, how they evolve is fixed by nature. Your evolution is in your hands. If you strive, you can evolve whichever way you want.
The world is changing. Inspiration is everywhere. It has never been so easy to connect, share, and bring people together. We're learning from others and finding the best in ourselves. Challenging our beliefs. Sharing our vulnerability. Overcoming our fears. Transforming ourselves so we can transform the world. How far can we go?
This is London Real. I am Brian Rose. My guest today is...
When I first heard the name Sadhguru, to be honest, I was a bit skeptical because every week on the internet these days it seems that a new guru is popping up trying to tell me what to do with my life. But as Sadhguru told me later, guru is a four-letter word and not something that he really subscribes to. He's really here to call us on a lot of our BS and push us to change the ideas that we have about ourselves and about consciousness. He's got a great book called Inner Engineering, which is complete with stories of his life growing up as a kid who hated school, who rode his motorcycle all over India, until he had a moment where he came to terms with what he was all about, and now he's here to spread the word. And he believes we only have about 10 or 15 years left to save the environment, and it's going to happen through changing global consciousness, which is exactly what we're trying to do here at London Real, through conversations at this scale. And so I know you're going to enjoy my time with Sadhguru. Listen closely to what he said. He's got funny jokes, but if you practically take his advice, I really believe we can save this world, we can save each other, and make a massive difference. So I leave you with Mr. Sadhguru.
This video is sponsored by Squarespace. Boom! If you have any type of audience online, you've already got something to work with. The great thing about Squarespace is that it allows you to showcase your work in the best possible light. It shows that you care just a little bit more than if you were to just have your stuff on your social media accounts. My Squarespace site adds an element of professionalism to my brand and everything that I'm doing. It was really great to have a service like Squarespace that supported the vision.
Basically, that means this is me, this is Jane. I left England to go and study chimpanzees. Not just any animal, but the one most like us. The DNA of humans and chimpanzees differs by only just over 1%. They use certain plants as medicine, leaves as sponges. Each individual has his or her own personality. Chimpanzees have the same kind of emotions as we do. When the old female Flo died, the older child kept going back to the body, pulled the dead hand towards him as though trying to make her groom him. I saw him climb a tree, look down at this nest where he and his mother slept together. He's lying down, curled up on the ground, and he died of grief. People have said, well, it's only humans who have some kind of spirituality. But I don't think so. People need to understand that chimpanzees are sentient and sapient, because these chimpanzees had given me so much. I knew I had to do something to conserve their environment. So I went to Africa as a scientist. I left the jungle as an activist. In this masterclass, I'd like to share with you all of the amazing things that I discovered about these closest relatives of ours. I want to talk about what we all can do together to right the wrongs. You have an indomitable spirit. You can make change in your own life every single day to make this a better world. There is still a window of time. Nature can win if we give her a chance. I'm Jane Goodall, and this is my masterclass.
This is London Real. I am Brian Rose. My guest today is Sadhguru, the Indian yogi, mystic, visionary, and philanthropist. You've been a keynote speaker at the United Nations and the World Economic Forum and have been named as one of India's 50 most influential people. Your book, Inner Engineering, a New York Times bestseller, details your transformational system for achieving inner fulfillment, and your Isha Foundation, with more than 9 million volunteers worldwide, is dedicated to addressing all aspects of human well-being. Sadhguru, welcome to London Real. Pleasure to have you here. Before we get started, we are sitting at a kind of English countryside manor. I was wondering, what is your relationship like with London and with England? And when you were a young boy growing up in Mysore, India, what did you ever dream that London would be?
Well, we had to inevitably read a lot of English literature. You can imagine I read a lot of Thomas Hardy, so I had a pretty good picture of London. I mean, English countryside.
He used to describe it for pages and pages.
Yes.
And you love that.
Sentences ran for 2 pages at a time.
He had a photographic mind.
Very. You almost had a picture in your mind when you read Hardy.
And you used to do the same when you used to travel through the countryside.
Yes, maybe I was drawn to Hardy because of that. Because even today, I don't think in words. I don't have languages in my mind. I think in pictures or videos. So my memory is also like that. I just crisscrossed India, not trying to go anywhere, simply recording the terrain of the land. I still remember every small outcrop, a rock, a twisted tree here and there. This is what lives in my mind. So I found the terrain, the geometry of the terrain, as the most engaging thing for me always. So in that sense, I think some of the English writers became attracted to me because in their minds it looked like they also saw it that way, but they were trying to paint a colorful picture, maybe for the readers, but they had… Even in that reading, I only saw the geometry of the land.
And when you finally did come to London, do you remember your first thoughts, what it was like?
See, for me, one place is not so different from the other, except for the culture and the people and stuff like that. Wherever I am, I enjoy whatever kind of place it is, because see, people are thinking they can enjoy something. No, if you're joyful, everything is a pleasant experience. So is London for me.
You've been a busy man the last few years. You've been traveling, speaking in front of universities, doing interviews, because I think you feel that we don't have that much time left, maybe 10, 15, 20 years. Can you talk about what you mean by that?
See, as a generation of people, our survival is better organized than ever before. We have ability to communicate like never before. We have comforts and conveniences that nobody had ever imagined, this generation. But also certain things happening. One thing is, there are more people on the planet today thinking for themselves than ever before. Otherwise, a religious book was thinking for them, a priest or a pandit or a mullah was thinking for them, or there was one wise man who was thinking for them. Now, for the first time, a huge, massive number of people are thinking for themselves. Well, you can debate always whether they're thinking right or wrong, all that thing, but at least they're thinking. When I say thinking, what happens to thought process is, see, if two people get into an argument, both the people think the other person is illogical. That means in their mind, there is a certain logical pattern. However illogical somebody may seem to you, in his mind he has his own logical pattern. Once this pattern sets up that there needs to be some logic for you to come to a conclusion of about anything, then many fanciful things that you believe, like your journey to heaven and what is up there and all these things, they start collapsing. If you look at this generation, let's say 2 generations ago, how many people in UK thought they will go to heaven? And today, how many people think they are going to heaven and they're preparing for it? Has come down dramatically. 80% heavens have collapsed in people's minds. Still, they don't dare to say that because there is still fear. But in their minds, the aspiration of going to heaven is largely collapsed. So when heavens collapse, what will human beings do? They will try to find it here, which is a very good thing. But if you don't show them any way to find a heaven within themselves, that is when at least 80 to 85% of the population today is on alcohol or some kind of drug happening, simply because they are trying to build their own little heaven. Because the other heaven that was promised for a long time has collapsed in their minds. We have come to a place where to grow our food, we need chemicals. To be healthful, we need chemicals. Today, 70% of the population is on prescription medication of some sort. To be peaceful, we need chemicals. To be joyful, we need chemicals. To be ecstatic, of course, you have ecstasy. So we are going towards chemicals in a huge way. The water that you drink is full of chemicals, the air that you breathe is like that, and the food that you eat is like that. So if 90% of humanity goes into chemical consumption, consciously or unconsciously, if they consume a lot of it, the next generation that we produce will be of a lesser quality than who we are. That's a crime against humanity.
Has that happened before in history?
No, generally always the next generation is better than the previous generation. But today we are coming to a place where we could be producing a next generation which is less than us. Once that happens, we have done something very negative against the fundamental life process. So, this heavens collapsing, and it's like a trapeze, you're leaving one trapeze, you need something else. If you don't find it, you'll hang on to anything. So right now, chemical is the net. It's not another trapeze, it's a net that you can fall into, and people experience their own little heaven. Well, it ruins you in so many ways. See, anything, this is not a moral issue for me. What I'm saying is, the important thing about life, whether it's a grasshopper out there or you, both of us are striving to be the fullest possible life that we can be. A grasshopper is trying to be a full-fledged grasshopper, a human being is trying to be a full-fledged human being. So suppose you cut off one of grasshopper's legs, which is supposed to hop, the hopping leg, if you take it off, have you enhanced its life, I'm asking you?
No.
No. So similarly for a human being, if you take away any of his faculties in any way, even temporarily, have you enhanced his life? No. So intoxication is just that. It is taking away your faculties for a period of time, but if you continuously do it, it will take it away for your life. So you're taking away or subjugating your faculties for a little bit of pleasure, or maybe a lot of pleasure, whatever, however you wish to describe it. But the important thing is you're taking a backward step with life, because life can only be enhanced by sharpening and increasing our faculties, not by decreasing our faculties. Our ability to be active physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, if this is in any way crippled, this means we are taking a backward step, though there may be pleasure attached to it. So I'm teaching them a way. If you sit here with your eyes closed every day, I'm very proud of this now. There are millions of people, in the morning if they sit with their eyes closed for a few minutes, tears of ecstasy will flow. Millions of people across the world.
That you've taught.
Yes, this is what needs to happen. Because you need to understand the greatest chemical factory, the most sophisticated chemical factory is right here. The question is only, are you a great CEO or a lousy CEO? If you're a great manager, you will produce what you want from this. If you're a lousy manager, you do wrong things, you get anxiety, you get something else, you get rubbish going on within you because you are misusing your chemical factory or you don't know how to manage your chemical factory. Just look at my eyes, I'm always stoned. No, never touched a substance, but always stoned.
Is this because we have the technology for the chemicals, or are people taking the chemicals a reaction to this anxiety?
No, see, people, every human being wants his life enhanced. If you don't show them proper ways to enhance, they will find shortcuts. See, a man who goes to the bar and a man who goes to a church or a temple or whatever, they're seeking the same thing. They're trying to enhance their life, isn't it? If you do not show them a proper way, they will take whatever ways are available on the street, that's all. That's why I'm saying it's not a moral issue for me. It is just that it sets you backward. You want to go forward, but it sets you backward.
Besides the chemicals, what else bothers you about the world? Are you worried about climate change, war? Are you worried about AI, mobile devices?
Why would I worry about artificial intelligence?
I don't know.
If they're going to do all my work, I will be glad.
And what about global warming? What about some of these other issues?
The environment is a huge issue right now, there's no question. Am I worried about it? No, I have a plan and I'm working to the plan. If everybody works to one plan, because the plan is not made by me or you, our plan is along with the natural contours of life. If all of us have the same plan, we can turn this around. But if you don't do that in the next 15 years' time, if you start now and next 15 years actively across the world, if we do certain simple things to correct, in another 25 to 40 years, there'll be a significant turnaround. But if you leave this for another 25 to 30 years, you go on business as usual and then try to turn it around, it will take 100 to 150 years to turn it around, because that is the kind of threshold we are on. If we cross that, then turning it around becomes a much bigger challenge than the way it is right now. This is a good time to turn it around.
Are we going to make it? Are we going to turn it around?
You're asking for a prediction. I'm telling you I have a plan. Are you committed to the plan? That's a question. Isn't it? Prediction means what? That means we don't have a plan.
And how do we get people to do this? Is it about education? Is it about people spending time without the chemicals, spending time with themselves? Is this why you wrote the book, Inner Engineering?
See, all those things have to be done, but they are not the solution. There are incremental changes. The important thing that needs to happen in the world is policy changes need to happen in the government level on a global scale. This is what we have achieved in India. For the rivers of India, I did this rally for rivers, which got a phenomenal support from the people. 162 million people participated. This has been the largest movement ever. 162 million people in 1 month's time. So we made a recommendation how rivers should be handled in India. So this has become official recommendation from the federal government now to all the states. So once the policy change happens, budgets will come and everything, the government machinery will start moving in that direction. Well, we've been doing a lot of work, we have changed a few things. Many other organizations are doing this, but this is not real solution. Solution will happen only when the fundamental policy in every nation changes towards a more eco-friendly way of doing things. One big mistake that's happened in the world is all these environmentalists are always fighting somebody. These fighting people, nobody wants to be a part of it because they are fighting against the economy. If ecology and economy fights, economy will win hands down. So one fundamental change that I brought about in Indian mindset is, I said I'm going to marry, I'm going to officiate the marriage of ecology and economy. If our economy is not conducted in an ecologically sensitive way, if you say ecology or economy, well, only economy will happen, ecology will go, totally get destroyed. We will only turn around when some great disaster happens to us. You don't have to wait till then. So it's important that I involved the corporate sector in India and made them understand we are not looking for how to destroy your industry. We are only giving you suggestions how to transform your industry so that you could be serving in a larger way than the way you're serving right now. So this is important. For this, policy change is needed, hand-holding is needed, and turning around is needed, rather than going against somebody.
You used to be a businessman. Does that help you talk their language?
That's a long time ago.
Your father wasn't too happy about the chicken farming, but you did have a background though. Does that help you sometimes navigate things?
What
give you an extra edge or understanding business as opposed to never having experience?
See, this question comes from the presumption that everything has to come from your experience. That means you're going to be very small. In this world, how many things can you personally experience? Very small. Even if it's wide-ranging experience, still it's very small. So essentially, this whole attitude and questioning and this kind of thing has happened to the world in a big way because our education is confusing people to make them believe that memory is intelligence. Memory is not intelligence. Memory is useful as data, but intelligence is a different dimension. We have gobbled this up, that we have made children believe from a very early age, if you remember something, you're smart. No. A tape recorder can remember everything. This camera can remember everything. This doesn't mean it's intelligent. So, one major aspect of my work is to separate these two. Within your experience, your memory and your intelligence are two different things. If you have an intelligence which is unsullied by memory, you will see everything just the way it is. But if you look at everything through the filters of your memory, everything is prejudiced.
We see a lot of fighting happening these days, us versus them, Democrats versus Republicans. I think the New York Times did a survey the other day and they found out that someone would rather be against someone than for someone, even if they support it. We're looking for the enemy.
No, see, this is a culture that's evolved. In many places this is happening. Because elections are coming, I'm tweeting to encouraging people to vote.
In India?
In India, I'm saying in India. So as a process of that, I say democracy is about all of us getting together and creating a wonderful nation. This is not about pointing fingers at each other. Oh, there's a whole barrage of comments saying, what does he know about democracy? Democracy is about criticizing the government. Democracy is about pointing fingers. Democracy is about pointing out the mistakes. So, some very left-leaning media came to me and asked me this question. I said, do one thing. You're married, right? You go home today. From morning to evening, you'll be all right. In the evening, just for 2 hours, criticize your wife for all the small things about which she is not okay. If you pay enough attention, she is not okay on many things, as every human being is. You criticize her, 22 hours you appreciate her, you enjoy her, but 2 hours you criticize her every day. Believe me, in 30 days your marriage will be over. Is that so or no? I said, yes. Then why do you think you have to do this to the government? Once people elect, next 5 years you support them. In every possible way you bolster them. They're doing something wrong, of course. But the day they get elected, if you start criticizing, what are they supposed to do? At least wait for them to make some mistakes. So about being Republican, Democrat, this American culture is unfortunately spreading to other countries also. When I first came to the United States, it's always amazed me. How are you Republican or Democrat by birth? This is feudalism, this is not democracy. Democracy means whatever happened in the last 4 years, you look at it, what they have done is good for you, good for the nation in which you live or not, and then make up your mind. who should rule for the next 4 years or 5 years or whatever the term is. Now, no, by birth you have decided, because my father was a Democrat, my grandfather was a Republican, accordingly I have decided. This is feudalism, where is democracy? This is like another religion. You destroyed democracy. Democracy has something called a secret ballot. That means who you vote, even your family need not know whom you voted, all right? But now you already declared from birth, I'm going to vote only for this party, no matter what they do. This is just a feudalism. I think the 1900s, the feuds of Middle America have gotten to the whole of America now. America needs to rethink. If they want democracy, I'm suggesting this in India, none of the political parties will like it. I said, one thing is political parties should not have membership. They can have office bearers, whatever number of people they want as people who work for them. But there should be no national membership where millions of people are enrolled as members, because then it's already decided who they're going to vote for. It's important that every election, every citizen thinks whether this is good for me and my nation or not. And according to their own intelligence, they will think and they will vote. Otherwise, there's no democratic process. So I'm pitching for this, that political parties must surrender this should go, that there should be no membership. Because you just formed a new religion.
Why do you have so much pride and passion in India? I mean, you flew back for one day to vote. You're constantly giving back, doing things for this country.
I'm doing everywhere in the world, not just to India.
Okay, but you do a lot with India too, notably.
Because a large part of the work is still in India. Above all, for me, a nation is not a geographical or political entity. For me, nation is the largest segment of humanity you can address. So India as a nation is 1.3 billion people. If you make some changes, then you're addressing a massive amount of humanity right there. So I'm looking at every nation as just a segment of humanity, not as a political or geographical borders. That's not important for me. But we have still not found a way where the entire world can embrace each other and become one global entity. That's not yet a reality, it's still far away.
That's not Twitter. That's not Twitter and social media, not yet.
That is okay, but in terms of administration, in terms of goals, see, even now, European Union, you're having a Brexit, all right? People find their own reasons as to why they cannot be together. So world is still not in that place where they can embrace each other and live as one. So right now, how do you address the well-being of human beings? Nation is the largest piece that you can address.
You get to speak to a lot of young people in their 20s. You become very popular. You're kind of the uncle they never had, the grandpa they never had. What do you see in our young people today? What do you see them struggling with? And do you see hope? Do you see confusion?
Love that page.
See, the problem with every generation is the previous generation thinks the next generation is all confused.
Always been the case, right?
It's not true. It is just that the older generation is not able to come to terms with the new possibilities that the next generation is exhibiting. But one concern is physically, mentally, the next generation, the generation that's coming up now, seems to be much weaker than the previous generations, especially physical strength, I'm saying, because I'm not talking about you being a muscle man or something, but this is weakening of the species, which is dangerous over a period of time. Maybe after some time only 2 thumbs will be living because the only thing they do is text. They will be having big thumbs, but nothing else growing in them. So I feel the youth of today should get little more in terms of physical activity, a little more into nature, maybe climb a mountain, maybe swim in the lake. Swimming, everything has become super safe, especially in United States. You can only swim in the pool. Nobody can jump into your pond and swim. You'll get arrested by the local cop. The sheriff will come and pick you up if you swim. When did this happen? How will a young person gain strength, courage, learn to handle many things if you don't do something little unpredictable? Everything is a set track. It's not good. I'll just tell you an example. This was when I came first to the United States. We are doing program after program. I do one program, finish this, and overnight we drive, and next day morning I'm doing another program. So I'm driving across United States. So around 2 a.m., we are starved, we've not eaten anything, we've been driving. So no place, then I see one Burger King. Then we walk into this place and then we ask what they have. All their burgers have meat and whatever else. I said, no. Then I said, you do one thing, you just give me the buns. You keep the meat. He said, what am I supposed to do with that? I said, it doesn't matter, you can give it to somebody or you can eat it yourself. Because you anyway eat it, you eat it. I'm not going to eat it. So why should I take it and throw it? He was so confused, I couldn't believe this. He was so confused. He's refusing to give me the buns. I said, I'm going to pay for the whole thing. Whatever the burger cost, I'm paying for this. Just give me the buns, you keep the meat. He was confused for a few minutes. What am I supposed to do with this piece of meat? I say, you eat it, give it to somebody. Somebody will appreciate it if you put double meat and give it to them. I said, no, and he picked it up and threw it into the trash can and gave me 2 buns. It's so single track mind. Why should you do that? In India means if I told somebody, I don't want what is in between, he would just take it and eat it and give me the buns.
And do you think people these days are missing that relationship with their own body?
I would say…
Because that was a big part of your evolution, wasn't it?
This whole thing about how our education systems are set are making it all logically correct, and in terms of life it's all wrong.
The movements, the physical movement.
No, the way you use your intelligence.
Okay. Can you speak on the physical movement? Because when you were a young boy, you started a yoga practice. And I'd love for you to define what yoga is, because there's the Western version and maybe your version. Maybe we start there. What is yoga?
Well, today, from where you come, yoga means you must look like a leftover
It's
movie.
8 o'clock.
Twisted out. The word yoga means union. Union means whether you are aware of it or you're not aware of it, right now you're happening here as a part of everything else. What the trees exhale, you're inhaling. What you exhale, the trees are inhaling. Not just on the level of respiration, on all levels this is happening. If you live for 75 years, they're saying, you could be eating somewhere between 12 to 14 tons of food. That means right now you must be at least 600 to 700 tons of food, are you?
Apparently.
No, I'm saying, are you carrying that much?
Not that much now.
So this is because even what you call as your body is not the same body every day, it is changing. The very content is changing every day. So, what you think as myself is just a psychological boundary that you have set up. So yoga means consciously obliterating the boundaries of your individuality. So if you sit here, if you experience everything around you as myself, This is yoga. If you experience all this as myself, do you need morality? Be good to people, don't harm them, don't do this, don't do that. Would it be necessary? No. Did anybody teach you out of these 5 fingers, this is a small finger, don't cut it off? Is that morality needed like that? Anything that you feel is a part of yourself, with that you don't need any values, ethics, morals, nothing. Because it's a part of you. This is what yoga means. You experience everything as a part of you. When somebody experiences the whole universe as a part of himself, then we say he's a yogi. But today in California, where you come from, if you wear a Lulu pant, you are a yogi. Lululemon.
So they've confused the physical practice with the spiritual transcendental idea.
See, the physical is important because after all you're cased in this physicality. You're not free from this. So one important aspect of why there is a physical dimension to yoga is, it is the science of aligning your geometry, your individual geometry with the cosmic geometry. When geometry is congruent with something larger, it becomes like that, it functions like that, it makes you experience yourself like that. So in that sense, you're trying to reorganize your geometry so that it's congruent to the larger or cosmic geometry. But just doing yoga as an exercise, you can better swim or play tennis or something, believe me. Because yoga is not an exercise like that, it's a very subtle practice. If you're doing it as an exercise, you may feel stretched and flexible, whatever. That's not the purpose. The purpose is to realign your geometry.
And when you were a young boy, you were jumping down a very deep well, and you saw an older man do the same thing.
Only 70 feet.
70 feet. I'm still trying to imagine that, jumping to a dark hole, hoping there's water on the bottom.
There is water, you can see, not
Okay.
a hope.
And then you have to climb back up. But you saw a 70-year-old man do it, and he ended up teaching you yoga. And by using that physical practice, you started to become aligned, and you didn't realize it was happening.
Many things happened to me which, when I was, as a child, as a young boy, waking me up in the morning was a project. It would take 2 hours for my sisters or my mother to drag me out of the bed, make me sit up, I'll fall asleep. Make me stand up, I'll sit down and fall asleep right there. My mother will put toothpaste in the brush and give it to me, I'll stick it in my mouth and fall asleep. They'll push me, they'll splash cold water in my face and push me into the bathroom to have a shower, I'll fall asleep right there. Once I started doing simple physical yoga, within a month or two, it doesn't matter where I am till today, morning 3:30 to 3:40, within those 10 minutes I always come awake. It's my choice whether to get up and do something, or if I wish to rest some more, I could rest some more. But it just comes awake because it just got aligned. There is something happening in nature between 3:30 to 3:40. It's called Brahma Muhurtam in yoga. It's a very significant part of the time. So when that happens, your body just comes awake. It happens to everybody, but they don't notice it. So like this, many changes happen simply because simple yoga. So that's why I'm constantly reminding people, it doesn't matter for what reason you do the right things. Even for wrong reasons, if you do the right things will happen to you.
In your book, you talk about how everyone is out there searching for happiness and joy, and yet it's inside them the whole time. Everything is inside them if they look.
See, all human experience comes from within, isn't it? I don't know what kind of geniuses thought these things. I know in America there must be 1 million books telling you how to milk happiness from something else or somebody else. But all human experience is generated from within. What comes from within you must be the way you want it, isn't it? Isn't that simple enough, I'm asking?
Yes.
What comes from around you may not be the way you want it. But what comes from within you must be the way you want it. If whatever happens within you the way you want it, will you be blissed out or miserable?
Should be happy.
Blissed out.
Blissed out. Now it's simple, that doesn't mean it's easy.
Well, it's not difficult either. If you see, most people understand complexity as intelligence. If they make themselves difficult, they are supposed to be intelligent. Making a simple thing difficult is not intelligence. Making a very complex thing simple is intelligence, isn't it? So wrong sense of intelligence, idea of intelligence has entered people's minds. They think if they make a problem out of every solution, they're intelligent. No, no. If you find solutions for every problem, that is intelligence. That's my understanding.
And how do people start on this path? Because a lot of this makes sense to people, but in the world they live in, they don't know where to start.
Even yesterday I was at this How to Academy talk. The last question was, all this is fine, Sadhguru, can you give us one mantra that we can take home and that'll work for us? So I asked a simple question. See, to learn ABC, to learn to read and write a simple language like English, I'm saying simple language, just 26 alphabets. Tamil language has 212 alphabets, very complex. To learn a simple language, you take 12 years of schooling. To read, write, understand, that's all you're doing in the school. You may be reading a science book, but you don't know any damn science by reading a high school textbook, all right? So, for this you're taking 12 years. To transform your life, you want to do it in 2 minutes. So is that what your life is worth? So if your life is worthwhile, is it not important that you invest a certain amount of time and energy rather than looking for this stupid stuff of one mantra with which I will transform my life? It will not happen like that. That's the reason why most people have remained the way they have remained, because they've not invested in their well-being.
So it's a serious long-term investment.
It is not long-term. I would say, if I ask you, is your life worthwhile enough to invest 30 to 32 hours of focused time to bring some basic transformation within you? If I teach you a way where you can manage your chemistry the way you want, but we need 32 hours of focused time, do you think your life is valuable enough for that much investment, I'm asking?
Yes.
Then you must invest. That's what is called in an engineering program. It's 32 hours of focused time. We can format it in different ways, but that much investment has to go in. You want a 2-minute mantra, this is like this. It once happened, Shankaran Pillai had a serious spinal issue. So he went to the doctor. Doctor took an X-ray and told him, see, you need a surgery and it costs you 50,000 rupees. You can convert that into pounds if you wish. And you need 6 weeks of bed rest. Shankaran Pillai said, don't you know I'm a busy man, I'm a television anchor. I can't take 6 weeks break, nor do I have 50,000. I'll give you 100 rupees, what can you do? The doctor took the X-ray, toyed with it for some time and said, well, I can fix the X-ray for you.
Tell me about your jokes. You have a lot of good jokes, Sadhguru, and you have some bad jokes as well.
Yeah. Because when they don't get a good joke, you have to tell a bad joke.
Sometimes you tell jokes like my grandpa would tell, or you just want to leave the room, they're so bad. But they always have a point. Have you always used humor? Because there's a lot of it in the book.
Well, I don't know what's a bad joke. For me, it's not a joke, just another device to make them see something. Because most people cannot even laugh simply out of sheer joy, you have to tickle them. Even if you tickle them in that, they're judging what's a good joke and a bad joke and getting angry about some joke that they don't like because they think it was attacked, something that they believe in, that they're identified with. It is just a device. It's just a device to make a point. Because if the same thing is told to you in utmost seriousness, you will make a dogma out of it, which is very dangerous. The idea is, see, people are always looking, there's… in the end, people will ask, all this is fine, but what's the takeaway? They want a commandment. We are talking about consciousness. Commandments won't fly. Commandments means you're trying to fix your life. Consciousness means you want to liberate your life. My intention is you must liberate your life. People come and say, Sadhguru, please teach us how to control my mind. Say, you want your mind controlled or liberated? Oh, yes, liberated. But how to control? Because they think that intelligence is a serious problem. And it's been in their lives. So what is the solution? If you remove a part of your brain, you will be fine. You're essentially complaining, I wish I had the brain of an earthworm. This human brain I am not able to handle. Yes, that is a fact. Say, according to Charles Darwin, he's an Englishman, okay? It's not me. Charles Darwin said that you evolved out of a monkey. You were a monkey, then you became a man. Some of the neuroscientists today are studying, genetic scientists are saying this, that the difference, the DNA difference between a chimpanzee and you is only 1.23%. So in that sense, physiologically, you're only 1.23% away from a chimpanzee. Not a big difference, isn't it? A shade. It's just a shade of difference. But in terms of intelligence and awareness, you are worlds apart from a chimpanzee. So your problem is just this, you have an intelligence for which you don't have a stable enough platform, and that's why yoga. To create a stable platform so that your intelligence works for you. Right now, you may call it so many things, so many exotic names have come up. Stress, tension, anxiety, depression, madness, all kinds of things. All this essentially what it means is, your intelligence has turned against you, that's all. You can give any number of reasons, but essentially, your intelligence has turned against you. If your intelligence was working for you, would you create blissfulness or misery? This is all. Why your intelligence has turned against you, there's no stable enough base. So the entire yogic system is about this, that you create a stable base so that your intelligence works for you. If your intelligence turns against you, no power in the universe is going to save you, you are a done thing.
You talk in the book about thoughts. You know, we're obsessed with thoughts in this world, and I'm thinking this and I'm thinking that. In the book you talk about…
You must understand, when I say I'm thinking this, another word, another way of saying it is, I'm making up this, I'm making up that. You can make up whatever you want, as long as you enjoy it.
But that can be dangerous, always trying to think of the solution, always trying to be your thoughts.
See, if you become what you make up, unfortunate, isn't it? Your thoughts belong to you or you belong to the thoughts, you must make up your mind.
They can be dangerous, those thoughts.
They're not dangerous, they're fantastic. Only thing is, fantastic things mishandled can kill you. A car can kill you, isn't it? It's a wonderful thing, an automobile. It made our lives. If you handle it irresponsibly, it kills you. Every possibility is like this. Every possibility, if you do not harness it, it becomes a problem. So the same goes for your cerebral capability. If you do not harness it, it's a serious problem. It's taking away 80% of the human beings are simply suffering. They don't need any outside help. They're on self-help. You can look at everything joyfully, or you can look at everything with great sense of misery. Your joy and misery comes from within. Ru means darkness, Ru means dispeller. One who dispels your darkness is Guru. You seek a Guru because you want your seeking to be more effective, not because you're seeking an answer. Stress, tension, anxiety, depression, madness, all kinds of things. What it means is, your intelligence has turned against you, that's all. Why your intelligence has turned against you? There's no stable enough base. So the entire yogic system is about this, that you create a stable base so that your intelligence works for you. The word yoga means union. What you think as myself is just a psychological boundary that you have set up. If you experience everything around you as myself, this is yoga. When somebody experiences the whole universe as a part of himself, then we say he's a yogi. The significance of being human is just this. For all other creatures, how they evolve is fixed by nature. Your evolution is in your hands. If you strive, you can evolve whichever way you want.
The world is changing. Inspiration is everywhere. It has never been so easy to connect, share, and bring people together. We're learning from others and finding the best in ourselves. Challenging our beliefs, sharing our vulnerability, overcoming our fears, transforming ourselves so we can transform the world. How far can we go?
This is London Real. I am Brian Rose. My guest today is
When I first heard the name Sadhguru, to be honest, I was a bit skeptical because every week on the internet these days, it seems that a new guru is popping up trying to tell me what to do with my life. But as Sadhguru told me later, guru is a four-letter word and not something that he really subscribes to. He's really here to call us on a lot of our BS and push us to change the ideas that we have about ourselves and about consciousness. And he's got a great book called Inner Engineering, which is complete with stories of his life growing up as a kid who hated school, who rode his motorcycle all over India, until he had a moment where he came to terms with what he was all about, and now he's here to spread the word. And he believes we only have about 10 or 15 years left to save the environment, and it's going to happen through changing global consciousness, which is exactly what we're trying to do here at London Real, through conversations at this scale. So I know you're going to enjoy my time with Sadhguru. Listen closely to what he said. He's got funny jokes, but if you practically take his advice, I really think we can save this world, we can save each other, and make a massive difference. So I leave you with Mr. Sadhguru. This is London Real. I am Brian Rose. My guest today is Sadhguru, the Indian yogi, mystic, visionary, and philanthropist. You've been a keynote speaker at the United Nations and the World Economic Forum and have been named as one of India's 50 most influential people. Your book, Inner Engineering, a New York Times bestseller, details your transformational system for achieving inner fulfillment, and your Isha Foundation, with more than 9 million volunteers worldwide, is dedicated to addressing all aspects of human well-being. Sadhguru, welcome to London Real. Pleasure to have you here. Before we get started, we are sitting in a kind of an English countryside manor. I was wondering, what is your relationship like with London and with England? And when you were a young boy growing up in Mysore, India, what did you ever dream that London would be?
Well, we had to inevitably read a lot of English literature. You can imagine I read a lot of Thomas Hardy, so I had a pretty good picture of London. I mean, English countryside.
He used to describe it for pages and pages.
Yes.
Right? And you love that.
Sentences ran for 2 pages at a time.
He had a photographic mind.
Very. You almost had a picture in your mind when you read Hardy.
At the National Press Club here in Washington, D.C. yesterday. The event, including a question and answer session, lasts about an hour.
Folks, we're about to begin. Good afternoon and welcome to the National Press Club. My name is Larry Lippman. I'm the president of the National Press Club and Washington Bureau Chief for the Palm Beach Post and the Cox Newspapers Bureau. I would like to welcome club members and their guests in the audience today, as well as those of you watching on C-SPAN or listening to this program on National Public Radio. Before introducing our head table, I would like to remind our members of some upcoming speakers. On Monday, May 17th, General Colin Powell will be here to discuss America's Promise. On Tuesday, May 18th, author Tom Clancy and General Chuck Horner will be our speakers. And on Thursday, May 20th, Senator John McCain will be speaking. National Press Club members may access transcripts and audio files of our luncheons at our website, npc.press.org. Non-members may purchase audio and videotapes by calling 1-888-343-1940. If you have any questions for our speaker, please write them on the cards provided at your table and pass them up to me, and I will attempt to ask as many as possible. I already have to let you know I have plenty so far. I would like to introduce our head table guests now and ask them to please stand briefly when their names are called. Please hold your applause until all of the head table guests are introduced. All of the journalists at the head table are club members. From your right, Bob Westgate, freelance journalist. Bill Gibson, Bureau Chief of the Fort Lauderdale Sun-Sentinel. John Oravec, AFL-CIO News. Mark Russell, comedian and entertainer. Scott Shepard, Cox Newspapers. Ken Esky, Chairman of the Speakers Committee. Skipping our speaker for a moment, Gordon Smith, President of the Gordon L. Smith Company and the member who arranged today's luncheon.
It's run by the Little Sisters. Thank you for the fine introduction, Larry, and thank you for the members of the head table. Thanks for those of you who accepted the invitation to come here today or volunteered, and thanks for the invitation in general. I can assure you I am properly nervous, not because of simply my esteemed audience, but because this is a setting I'm not completely familiar with, and as we all know, anything new is to be feared and dreaded. And just to relieve you of any outstanding anxieties, I can assure you that I'm not here to advance any political, social, or environmental cause. I am, in fact, blessedly agenda-free. I don't want to save the river, I don't want to save the bay, I don't want to save the canyon, the whale, the wetlands, the rainforest, or the flying spotted dwarf something or other. I don't want to save the children above all, frankly. Frankly, I don't care about many of those things, and between you and me, those battles were lost a long time ago. I'm not interested in freeing someone, boycotting something, or preventing anything. I am interested in keeping my lunch inside my mouth if I can. And I don't want to make something optional. I refuse to wear ribbons of any color. You might say I'm just here to help define deviancy down. To be honest, there aren't many things I do believe in, but high among them would be friendship, family ties, and romantic love. I think those things can take you a long way. For the record, the only worthy cause I have devoted time to is a little-known place that does wonderful work, St. Anthony's Home for the Visually Unpleasant. It's run by the Little Sisters of the Heinous, and in fact, they operate a number of facilities: the Rochester Home for the Permanently Disheveled, the New England Haven for the Occasionally Coherent, and the Catholic Shelter for those who up until a year ago seemed to be doing just fine. Now, one of the things I wanted to do before I got too far along was to tell you a little more about myself in order to establish some common ground, create perhaps a more permissive environment. And so, with this in mind, and in the spirit of full disclosure, I would like to reveal to you my own remarkably tenuous connections to the press. More accurately, those of my family, and you can relax, none of these connections falls within the editorial area. So here we go. In the 1930s and 1940s, my father sold newspaper advertising space and was consistently one of the top 2 or 3 space salesmen in the country by actual lineage count. He began at the old Philadelphia American, moved to the Bulletin, and ended his career as the national advertising manager of the New York Sun. He also put in some time at the New York Post when it was still a broadsheet, or as my mother used to say, when it was a real newspaper, not a commie rag. As many of you no doubt know, long before the New York Post was a fascist rag, it was a commie rag. Prior to that, it had been an establishment rag. That's when my dad was there. My mother was manager of the Philadelphia Bulletin's New York office, and later worked in the magazine division of the Hearst Corporation, first at Good Housekeeping and then at Cosmopolitan, once again when it was a real magazine. Now, there is one more member of my family whose press connections I must tell you about, and this is the good one. My Aunt Aggie. This is the connection that gave me standing in the neighborhood, made me a big man on the playground. My Aunt Aggie also worked for the Hearst Corporation, but she worked for Puck, the Comic Weekly, the publication that produced the Sunday Funnies every week. Like I said, tenuous stuff. But here's the great thing about Aggie's job. Not only did she bring home the funnies every week, she brought them home 4 weeks early. Are you hearing this? Every week I had the Sunday Funnies a month before the other kids. And I guess you can realize the power this gave me in the schoolyard. To be able to predict weeks ahead of time precisely the way Mandrake the magician would escape from the lost cave, or to describe in advance the details of whatever well-deserved catastrophe was next in store for little orphan Annie. Doesn't sound like much today, but in the days before television, and when you're 8 years old, it was power beyond belief. Of course, you had to be careful not to overdo the predictions, and you could never, ever tell the other kids about the great job your Aunt Aggie had. Now, having somewhat successfully established my press credentials, and because you and I have at least one thing in common, which is that all of us deal with language all the time, I thought it might be nice today for me to come to you with some of my language complaints. Certainly not to blame them on you, although, of course, you are implicated. And not that you can help it. I mean, the problem is really with the people you cover. The politicians, the celebrities, and the lawyers. And although their level of insincerity is astonishing, it's still kind of fun to hear them talk. In particular, it's fun to listen to Washington talk. Whenever the issue of term limits comes up, I always tell people the only term limits I'm interested in would be to limit some of the terms used by politicians. They speak, of course, with great caution because they must take care not to actually say anything. Proof of this, according to their own words, is that they don't actually say things, they indicate them. As I indicated yesterday, and as the president indicated to me, but sometimes they don't indicate, they suggest. Let me suggest that, as I indicated yesterday, I haven't determined that yet. See, they don't decide, they determine. If it's a really serious matter, they make a judgment. I haven't made a judgment on that yet. When the hearings are concluded, I will make a judgment, or I might make an assessment. I'm not sure. I haven't determined that yet. But when I do, I will advise you. They don't tell, they advise. I advised him that I had made a judgment. Thus far, he hasn't responded. They don't answer, they respond. He hasn't responded to my initiative. An initiative is an idea that isn't going anywhere. When he responds to my initiative, I will review his response, take a position, and make a recommendation. See, they don't read, they review. They don't have opinions, they take positions, and they don't give advice, they make recommendations. And so, at long last, after each has responded to the other's initiatives, and each has reviewed the other's responses, and everyone has taken a position, made a judgment, and offered a recommendation, now they have to do something. But that would be much too direct. So instead, they address the problem. We're addressing the problem, and we'll soon be proceeding. That's a big activity here in Washington. Proceeding. They're always proceeding or moving forward. A lot of that goes on. Senator, have you solved that problem? Well, we're moving forward on that. And when they're not moving forward, they're moving something else forward, such as the process. We have to move the process forward so we can implement the provisions of the initiative in order to meet these challenges. No one has problems anymore. challenges. That's why we need people who can make the tough decisions. Tough decisions like how much soft money can I expect to collect in exchange for my core values? So that I can continue my work in government. Of course, no politician would admit to such a lowly station as working in government, serving the nation. I'm serving the nation. Another favorite distortion is public service. I'm in public service. I like America, don't you? The food is great, but the public service is terrible. Now, folks, a question for you. Do you think it's possible that one of these politicians, whose judgment is so poor that he honestly thinks of himself as serving the nation, might occasionally be expected to indulge in a little patriotism? Huh? What do you think? Well, of course, not only is it possible, it's inevitable, and that's when he's at his very best. That's when he trots out the really good stuff all across this great land of ours. The greatest nation on earth, the greatest nation in the history of the world. And in times of military crisis, you can be sure that someone in a suit in this town will eventually plant himself in front of a camera and carry on a great deal about the most powerful nation on the face of the earth. Now, normally, during peacetime, the politicians will refer to people in the military as our young men and women stationed around the world. But in wartime, they quickly become our brave young fighting men and women stationed halfway around the world in places whose names they can't pronounce, wondering if they'll ever see their loved ones again. For added emotional impact, sons and daughters can always be substituted for men and women. And so I think we can sum this up by saying that where the military is concerned, the extent of a politician's insincerity can be measured by how far around the world our soldiers are stationed and whether or not any of them can pronounce it. Incidentally, another way of expressing this sentiment is to say we're sending our young men and women to places the average American can't find on a map. I've always thought it was kind of funny and somewhat out of character for a politician to go out of his way to point out the low level of American intelligence when indeed his very job depends upon it. It would seem to fly in the face of that other rhetorical standby of theirs. The American people are a lot smarter than they're given credit for. This is said with a straight face, although it is obvious, of course, that the proposition is being stated precisely backwards. But the politicians, God bless them, or something like that, they're at their most entertaining when they're in trouble. When they're in trouble, their explanations usually begin simply with words like miscommunication. What did you do wrong, Senator? Well, it was a miscommunication. Or I was quoted out of context. Better yet, and more ironic, they twisted my words. Such a nice touch. A person who routinely spends his days torturing the language complains they twisted my words. Then, as the controversy continues to heat up, he moves to his next level of complaint. The whole thing has been blown out of proportion. It's always the whole thing. Apparently, no one has ever claimed that only a small portion of something was blown out of proportion. Has to be the whole thing. That's because now he's feeling the heat. And so, as time passes and more evidence comes in, he suddenly changes directions and tells us, we're trying to get to the bottom of this. Now he's on the side of law and order. It's jujitsu, really. We're trying to get to the bottom of this so we can get the facts out to the American people. That's always a nice touch, American people. In fact, at this point, he might even say, I'm willing to trust in the fairness of the American people. Clearly, he's preparing us for something. And so, when finally all the facts come out and our subject seems quite guilty, he employs that sublime use of the passive voice, mistakes were made. Mistakes were made, don't look at me, probably someone in my office. Things are moving faster now. Mistakes were made is rapidly overtaken by there is no evidence. No one has proven anything. Eventually I will be exonerated. I have faith in the American judicial system and that certain sign that things are closing in. Whatever happened to innocent until proven guilty? Whatever happened? Well, he's about to find out. And we know this must be true because the next thing we hear from him is, I just want to put this thing behind me and get on with my life. I I just want to put this behind me. That's an expression we hear a lot these days in all walks of life, from people in all walks of life. Usually the person in question has committed some unspeakable act. Yes, it's true, I strangled my wife, shot the triplets, set fire to the house, and sold my young son to an old man on the train. But now I just want to put this thing behind me. That's the problem in this country. Too many people getting on with their lives. I think what we really need more of is ritual suicide. You know? Never mind the press conferences. Get the big knife out of the drawer. Personally, what I want to do is I want to put this thing behind me and get on with my life, thing behind me and get on with my life. I'll repeat that for you. Personally, I want to put this thing behind me and get on with my life, thing behind me and get on with my life. And just to round out this section, let's hope there's a special place in hell reserved for those who have recently decided to take responsibility for their actions. That's the big thing now, taking responsibility for your actions, like it's a recent discovery. You know, he's taking responsibility for his actions. Well, isn't that wonderful? Ask him if he's willing to take responsibility for my actions, along with my alimony, my car payments, and my gambling debts. Now, continuing with more of these more general language complaints, and forgetting the Washington angle for the moment, I'd like to mention America's love affair with euphemisms and euphemistic language. I think Americans have some difficulty dealing with reality and have invented a kind of soft language to protect themselves. And this tendency to euphemize, if that's a verb, increases, it seems, with every generation. Here's an example. There's a well-known condition in combat when a fighting man's nervous system has been stressed to the breaking point and he's either snapped or is ready to snap. In the First World War, that condition was known as shell shock. Simple, honest, direct language, 2 syllables, shell shock. Almost sounds like the guns themselves. That was over 80 years ago. Then an entire generation passed, and in the Second World War, the very same combat condition was called battle fatigue. 4 syllables now, takes a little longer to say, doesn't seem to hurt as much. Fatigue is a nicer word than shock. Shell shock. Battle fatigue. Then we had Korea, 1950. Madison Avenue was riding high, and the very same combat condition was called operational exhaustion. We're up to 8 syllables now, and the humanity has been squeezed completely out of the phrase. It's absolutely sterile. Operational exhaustion. Sounds like something that might happen to your car. Finally, of course, there was Vietnam, and given the lies surrounding that war, I guess it's no surprise that the very same condition was called post-traumatic stress disorder. Still 8 syllables, but we've added a hyphen, and the pain is now completely buried under jargon, post-traumatic stress disorder. I'd be willing to bet that if we'd still been calling it shell shock, some of those Vietnam veterans might have gotten the attention they needed at the time they needed it. But it didn't happen. And one of the reasons, I'm sure, is because of that soft language, the language that takes the life out of life. And it does keep getting worse over time. I'll give you a few more, but less dramatic examples. Sometime during my life, toilet paper became bathroom tissue. I was not consulted on this. It just happened. Sneakers became running shoes, loafers became slip-ons, motels became motor lodges, trailers became mobile homes, truck stops became travel plazas, and used cars became previously owned transportation. Manicurists evolved into nail technicians. At about the same time, store clerks became product specialists and sales associates. Employees became staff, uniforms became career apparel, maids became room attendants, and room service became guest room dining. Information turned into directory assistance, medicine turned into medication, the dump turned into the landfill, gambling joints turned into gaming resorts, shacking up, living together, reruns, encores, encore presentations, forgive me, monkey bars, pipe frame exercise units. Wife beating became intermittent explosive disorder, and constipation became occasional irregularity. Rainforests and wetlands came into existence because the environmentalists discovered people were not willing to give money to save jungles and swamps. And now, all of this happened in the last 30 years. When I was a young man, if someone got sick, they went to the hospital or they went to the doctor. Now, the Health Maintenance Organization sends them to a wellness center where they consult a healthcare delivery professional. Poor people used to live in slums. Now, the economically disadvantaged occupy substandard housing in the inner cities. And we can't really discuss euphemisms if we don't mention that final taboo, death. Used to be that when an old person died, the undertaker put him in a coffin and we sent flowers to the funeral home where they held a wake. Then after the funeral, they drove the dead person in a hearse to the cemetery and his body was buried in a grave. Now, when a senior citizen passes away, the mortician places him in a burial container and we send floral tributes to the slumber room where the grief coordinator supervises the viewing. After the memorial service, the funeral coach transports the departed to the Garden of Remembrance, where his remains are interred in his final resting place. Some of this language can make you want to throw up. Well, perhaps engage in an involuntary protein spill. Now, if all of this begins to put you in mind of so-called politically correct language or politically correct speech, then you and I are on the same track. So let's visit that playground of guilty white liberals, the land of the politically correct. In recent years, the PC folks have found some new ways of shading the truth in order to make people feel better, especially minorities. One of the newer phrases making the rounds is happens to be. He happens to be black. I have a friend who happens to be black. Oh, I see, yes. Like it's an accident, you know. Happens to be black. Yes, he happens to be black. I see. He had two black parents? Yes, that's right, two black parents. Yes. I see. And they had sex? Oh, indeed they did. I see. So where does the surprise part come in? I should think it would be more unusual if he just happened to be Scandinavian. Another recently favorite term is openly gay. I have a friend who's openly gay, but that's the only minority they use that for. You know, you wouldn't say someone was openly black. Well, maybe James Brown. James Brown, yes. Or Louis Farrakhan. Louis Farrakhan is openly black. Colin Powell is not openly black. Colin Powell is openly white. He just happens to be black. And while we're at it, when did the word urban become synonymous with the word black? Did I sleep through this, perhaps? Urban styles, urban trends, urban music. I was not consulted on this at all. Again, didn't get an email, didn't get a fax, didn't get a postcard. That's fine, let them go. So I would like to tell you how I handle some of these speech issues concerning minorities. First of all, I say black. I say black because most black people prefer black. I don't say people of color because it's dishonest. It means precisely the same thing as colored people, which is an insult. So if you're not willing to say colored people, you shouldn't be willing to say people of color. And besides, to me, the whole idea of color seems a bit specious, really. I mean, what should we call white people? People of no color? Isn't pink a color? And in fact, white people are not really white at all. They're different shades of pink and olive and beige. In other words, they're colored. And black people are rarely black. I see mostly various shades of brown and tan, and in fact, some light-skinned black people are darker than the darkest white people. I'm sorry, lighter than the darkest white people. Look how dark the people in India are. They're dark brown, but they're considered white. May I see the color chart, please? People of color is an awkward phrase that obscures meaning rather than enhancing it. What should we call fat people? People of size? I also don't say African Americans. I find it cumbersome and confusing. Which part of Africa are we talking about? Egypt? Egypt is in Africa, but Egyptians aren't black. They're like the people in India. They're dark brown white people, but they're Africans. So why wouldn't an Egyptian citizen who becomes an Egyptian who becomes a U.S. citizen be called an African American? The same would apply to South Africa. Suppose a white racist from South Africa becomes an American citizen. Couldn't he call himself an African American? If for no other reason than just to bother black people. And what about a black person born in South Africa who becomes an American citizen? Is he an African American or is he a South African American? Or is he simply a South African American African American? You know, it's just so much more tedious liberal labeling. Liberals should be taught that labels divide people, and I think we could probably do with fewer labels, not more. Now, one more group, the Indians. I call them Indians because that's what they are. They're the Indians. There's nothing wrong with the word. First of all, it's important to know that Indian, that word probably does not derive from Columbus believing he had reached India in 1492. India was called Hindustan. More likely, the word derives from Columbus's description of the people he found here. He was an Italian who spoke very poor Spanish, and in his written accounts, he called the Indians una gente in Dios, a people in God. In God, in Dios, Indians. It's a perfectly noble thing. And I simply can't justify this awkward phrase, Native Americans. First of all, they're not natives. They came here from Asia over the Bering Land Bridge. In fact, there are no natives anywhere in the world. Everyone is from somewhere else. All people are refugees, immigrants, or aliens. If there are natives anywhere, it would have to be people still living in the Great Rift Valley in Africa. So everyone is just visiting. So much for native. As far as calling them Americans is concerned, well, how can I say this? We steal their hemisphere, destroy 500 cultures, kill 20 million, stick the rest of them on the worst land we can find, and then as a special bonus, we name them after ourselves. It's embarrassing. It's just embarrassing. The truth is, most Indians are insulted by the term Native American. The American Indian movement will tell you that. If you wish to please Indians, try calling them by their traditional names: Pawnee, Mohawk, Navajo, Seminole, and so on. Now, just rounding out this theme and to make you a little more uncomfortable, here are a few further examples of tortured modern language designed to soften reality, make people feel good, and in general dress things up a little. Somewhere over the years, the word cripple has been lost. We don't have cripples anymore. Turns out we never did. All this time they were physically challenged. It's an attempt to make people feel better, physically challenged. And how's this one? Differently abled. Now, if you insist on using differently abled, then you must include all of us. We're all differently abled. Each of us can do things the other can't. Differently abled. The word crippled is not a dishonorable word. There's no shame in it. Jesus healed the cripples. He didn't engage in rehabilitative strategies for the physically disadvantaged. And we have then this continuing problem with the word fat. I use that term because that's what fat people are. They're fat. That's why we call them fat people. They're not large, they're not stout, they're not chunky, hefty, or plump, and they're not big-boned. Dinosaurs are big-boned. And they're not necessarily obese. Obese is a medical term. And they're not overweight. Overweight implies there is some correct weight. There is no correct weight. Heavy is also a misleading term. An aircraft carrier is heavy. It's not fat. Only people are fat, and that's what fat people are. They're fat. They're not exempt. They're not, for example, gravitationally disadvantaged. I offer no apology for this, by the way. It's not intended as criticism or insult. It's simply descriptive language. I'm not comfortable with euphemisms. I prefer seeing things the way they are, not the way some people wish they were. Midgets and dwarfs are midgets and dwarfs. They're not little people. Infants are little people. Leprechauns are little people. Midgets and dwarfs are midgets and dwarfs. They don't get any taller by calling them little people. I wish their lives were different. I wish they didn't have to walk around staring at crotches all day. But I cannot fix that, and I'm not going to lie about what they are. There are some people who playfully refer to them as vertically challenged. They're not vertically challenged. The Flying Walendas were vertically challenged. The people who built the Empire State Building were vertically challenged. No shame in midgets and dwarfs. I do have a closing. I realize my time is a little longer than I expected. May I do this closing poem? Thank you, Larry. This is Try Stopping Me. Now, thank you. This is just a poem I've written recently. It's called I'm a Man for the Millennium. And it's tries to celebrate some of the language we hear all around us. I'm going to use my papers on this, although it'd be good if you kept rolling for me anyway. I'm a man for the millennium. I'm digital and smoke-free. I've been outputted in. I've been up. Start again, George. You can edit this. I'm a man for the millennium, digital and smoke-free. I've been inputted, outsourced, uplinked, and downloaded. I have software in my hard drive, and I can give you a gigabyte in a nanosecond. I'm factory authorized, returnable, fully equipped, built to last, and I'm definitely biodegradable. My output is down, but my income is up. I'm tanned, rested, and market tested, user-friendly, and lactose intolerant. A diversified, multicultural, postmodern deconstructionist. I'm a cutting-edge, state-of-the-art, high-concept rageaholic, and I have a love child who sends me hate mail. I'm an alpha male on beta blockers, a bottom feeder and the top gun, a Bigfoot rainmaker. I give soft money with hard cash, and my revenue stream has a cash flow of its own. I'm ahead of the curve, riding the wave and pushing the envelope. I'm on board, on point, on message, but off drugs. I take power naps. I take victory laps. I've got a personal trainer, a personal shopper, and a personal agenda. I'm a totally ongoing slam dunk no-brainer with an outreach that's proactive. I eat junk food, I get junk mail, I buy junk bonds, I watch trash sports. I've been dumbed down with smart bombs. I'm in denial, I'm in recovery, but I'm out of the loop. I'm also on the bubble. A high-tech lowlife, anatomically, ecologically, and politically incorrect. An entry-level man with no exit strategy. Low rent but high maintenance, upscale but down home. I got a minivan with a microwave from a mega store in the mini mall. I've been to outer space. I've been to outer space on the internet. I'm a non-believer and an overachiever, emotionally deprived and market-oriented. I have hardcore software because I use the F word in my email. I'm new wave from the old school, and if I'm not at ground zero, you can reach me at square one. I'm gender-specific, voice-activated, capital-intensive, heat-seeking, faith-based, and work-related, but I'm definitely not group-oriented. I'm online, I'm in line, but most of the time I'm out of line. I'm cocked, locked, and ready to rock, rough, tough, and hard to bluff. I put the pedal to the metal, party hardy, and to me, lunchtime is crunch time. Thank you. Appreciate it.
We're going to get right into the questions because we have a whole lot of them. We're going to get right into the questions because we have a ton of them, and I want to get to as many as possible. Obviously, I have about this many questions about 7 words and about this many questions about everything else. So we'll start with some of the 7-word questions. Are there really 7 dirty words anymore that are unacceptable since so many of the original lists are now commonplace in the media? And what would you say are Tipper Gore's 7 dirty words?
I'll choose the first part of that question to answer. Those 7 words of mine are still holds up pretty well. They're pretty hardcore. One of them, the one that begins with the letter P and is 4 letters long, is usable now, depending if you use the preposition off after it. It's all right. It's all right to be pissed off. They say that all the time. Just don't use it with the preposition on following it. And I would imagine, sorry, I would imagine Tipper Gore's 7 dirty words. Well, they might number more than my own. There might be 7 to the 7th power. I really don't know. Sorry.
Would you comment in 7 words or so on the Internet Communications Decency Act?
Yeah, here we go again. The original case that I was involved in, only peripherally, really, it wasn't my case. It was the FCC versus Pacifica Broadcasting. That was when this word indecency, as far as I know, first came into the legal lexicon. Prior to that, it was a problem of something being obscene or not obscene, and then they found indecent, another little area to restrict strictly for broadcast. I think the internet might be powerful enough and have qualities to it that are sufficiently vast and elusive that they'll never really pin it down. I don't think they'll pin it down too well. There's some talk of this. Excuse me. I'm not very well informed on the Indecency Act. I'm just recently a person who has only begun to look at the internet, so I don't follow things very avidly in that sector of our culture. But so I apologize for not really having much more of an opinion. Except here we go again, indecency.
As a wordsmith and the author of Seven Dirty Words, do you feel that losing restrictions on speech has cheapened our cultural discourse?
No, I don't know that I could say that. I think euphemisms are probably euphemistic language more harmful. There will always be language taboos in any culture. There are aspects of our bodies that certain religions have sort of put beyond the pale. And those parts of the body that deal with those functions, it will always be somewhat, I think, a little bit of this, if not outright banned. I don't think cheapened our discourse. I think it limits people. I always said I enjoy using all the language. Human beings invented all of this language. And when I was a little boy, I was told to look up to policemen and look up to sports stars and to look up to the military. And we all know how they speak. We all know the language they use. And apparently it hasn't corrupted them morally. So I think these words are overrated for their power.
After Boston columnist,
welcome to the first episode of Low Key Interviews, and today we are joined by somebody who is really going to enlighten us. He rose to prominence in the 70s as a very well-known campaigner against the Vietnam War, and was so troublesome that he was placed upon Richard Nixon's enemies list. He has published over 100 books, and I am talking about none other than the man, the myth, the legend, Noam Chomsky. Thanks for joining us, Noam. You have said before that if you could, you would vote for Jeremy Corbyn. But if you were to believe the mainstream media in this country, he has a problem with anti-Semitism. How do you read that?
Well, I've looked at those charges. I don't think they have any credibility. Undoubtedly, there's a degree of anti-Semitism in the Labour Party, pretty much like the rest of the population. Nothing beyond that. The charges, if you look at them closely, are mostly related to criticism of Israeli policy. The Labour Party, under the previous leadership, has been strong supportive of Israel overwhelmingly. And Corbyn is not. He takes a position which is critical of Israeli crimes, of Israeli human rights violations. Other members of the Labour Party do as well. And this is being used as a basis for defamatory charges, in my view. You can find things, undoubtedly. You look anywhere, you're going to find bits and pieces of anti-Semitism, or racism, or misogyny, or whatever it may be. But I don't think there's any serious basis for this.
Well, with the statement which was recently secretly recorded of Mike Pompeo saying that the United States would take steps to prevent a Jeremy Corbyn government, knowing that the US interfered in Australian democracy to remove Gough Whitlam from power in the 70s, is it not likely that the United States would interfere in British democracy to prevent a Jeremy Corbyn government?
The United States is powerful, but not all powerful. Europe chose policies, extreme policies of neoliberal austerity. It also, the European Union was designed in ways which undermine popular democracy. The major decisions in Europe are not taken by Italians for Italy, by French for France. They're taken by the bureaucracy in Brussels, unelected bureaucracy, the Troika, European Commission, unelected, IMF, obviously unelected, European Central Bank. They make the basic decisions. The policies they followed, the austerity policies, were very destructive for much of the population. The United States didn't carry out great policies, but better than that. And the result of that is an enormous amount of anger, bitterness, resentment, often takes pathological forms. It's these people open to demagogues who will try to exploit scapegoats, immigrants, whatever it may be. So yes, it's in a very bad shape, very bad situation. But these were decisions made in Europe. The United States is in the background, but can't blame the United States for that. Same thing in Australia. A lot to say about it, but these are powerful regions. They make their own decisions, not out of the context of world affairs, but with plenty of freedom. And this neoliberal wave that spread over the world basically since Reagan and Thatcher had had very harsh consequences for a considerable majority of the population. Like in the United States, for example, the real wages today are about what they were in the 1960s, 1979, before the neoliberal programs began. The programs have sharply concentrated wealth, led to undermining of benefits, stagnation for much of the population, an economy that's increasingly precarious for individuals. Of course, the high concentration of wealth itself almost automatically leads to erosion of functioning democracy by means that we described that are pretty obvious. So yes, you have a pretty ugly and difficult situation in much of the world.
In your book, Optimism Over Despair, you say that it is unlikely civilization can survive really existing capitalism. Can you explain that statement to us, please?
Really existing capitalism is what we can see described in the press day after day. So, for example, euphoric articles in the New York Times, Financial Times, and elsewhere about how the United States has leaped past Saudi Arabia in oil production, is now first in the world. It's opening new oil fields for exploitation, offshore oil. Now can go back to the time when it was dominating world oil production. We read that the major banks like JP Morgan Chase are increasing their investment in fossil fuels, including the most dangerous, like Canadian tar sands. And all of this is quite understandable on the assumption that the structure of our institutions is geared to maximizing short-term profit and power without regard to what might happen to the world in another 20 or 30 years. But that's called capitalism. But we can't survive that. Now, there are ways in which existing institutions could be modified so that they will deal with the literally existential crises that are coming before us. And it's conceivable that they might, that even their self-destructive business model might offer a way out, simply because the costs of renewables, solar and wind, basically, are declining fast enough so that it might become more profitable to try to save the world than to try to destroy it. But that's a pretty weak reed to rely on.
Now, Noam, before you have said that we as a species are in the midst of a sixth extinction or an Anthropocene. Can you explain to us what those terms mean?
We are in the midst of the sixth extinction. That's not particularly debatable. The sixth extinction refers to the rate of species destruction underway over geological time, there have been a number of periods when there was massive extinction of species. But the last one was the fifth extinction, about 65 million years ago. Assumed, not certain, but it's likely that it was caused by a huge asteroid hitting the Earth, which led to the destruction of most of the species, most of the existing species. In particular, it ended the age of the dinosaurs. They were wiped out, and it left an opening for certain small mammals, which did survive and ultimately proliferated and ultimately became hominids, Homo sapiens, who are now engaging, initiating, in fact, carrying out sixth extinction. That's what we're doing for the asteroid. And in fact, the rate of species destruction is shocking across the board. In many ways, the most dangerous is the radical destruction of the insect population. It's been declining extremely sharply. Places where it's been monitored, closely, like Germany and a few others, and probably worldwide. If they substantially disappear, along with them goes fertilization of crops, the basis for much of the rest of life. And this is not just exotic species which are disappearing. Of course, that's happening. But there's a very serious threat of a substantial something of the character of the fifth extinction. And it's happening quite fast, faster than in earlier periods. So that's underway. That's one of the consequences of not only global warming, but also habitat destruction, impacts on the human impacts on the environment.
No, you are quoted as saying that the CEOs responsible for dragging us to the sixth extinction love profits more than they love their grandchildren. What do you mean by that?
Not to be concerned about the future of their grandchildren. But you have to put yourself in the position of, say, Jamie Dimon, the CEO of the biggest bank, JP Morgan Chase. As CEO, he has essentially two choices. One choice is to do exactly what he's doing. Invest direct investments to the most profitable outcome. If it happens to be the most dangerous fossil fuels, do that. The other alternative he has is to resign and be replaced by somebody else who will do the same thing. But this is an institutional problem, not an individual one. You can ask yourself what must go on in the mind of someone who knows exactly what he's doing, as of course all the people in high places do, including President Trump, the leader of destruction, who's a firm believer in global warming. So you can, and we know that. So you can ask what goes on in their minds. But at least in the business world, the choices are very restricted. And that is a problem about the nature of institutions. With different faces in there, they'll face the same problem.
No, when we consider that annual global subsidies to fossil fuel companies are $5 trillion per year, and that the US government, according to IMF papers, subsidizes the fossil fuel industry to the tune of $700 billion per year, how is it that the mainstream media have expended far more resource to investigating seemingly tenuous links between Donald Trump and Russia, rather than interrogating this relationship between the levers of political power and the forces of the sixth extinction?
Well, that was pretty much nonsense at the outset. I mean, the most that anyone was ever going to discover might be that he had a plan to build a Trump hotel in Red Square or something like that. Maybe marginal corruption, but nothing very serious. I don't say that in retrospect. I've been saying it for years. It's clear that there was nothing that was going to come out of the Russiagate, so-called Russiagate inquiry, the Miller inquiry. Any idea that the Russians tried to influence the U.S. elections is laughable. Maybe they tried, who knows, but any possible impact was completely undetectable. And in fact, take a look at the 2016 election. It wasn't just Donald Trump who was elected. Republicans swept the Senate and the House. Was that Russian collusion? Like how? In fact, we know very well from the work by serious political scientists, primarily Thomas Ferguson, that there was a huge influx of money, mostly dark money, for Trump right at the last couple of weeks of the election, when the Republican establishment was concerned that even though they didn't like Trump, that basically their party might not win. But why is this massive campaign going out about marginalia, ignoring the major issues? Well, it's a sign of the ineptitude and, in a way, almost irrelevance of the political opposition. They don't disagree all that much with Trump on the main policies. So they're desperately seeking some way to get rid of him so they can take power again and do things that are not very different, maybe a little less outrageous and with a much better style, but not fundamentally different. And in the case of the Democrats, there's also a hard to measure, but undoubtedly a measure of simply an effort for revenge. They ran a really rotten campaign and managed to lose an election that should have been in their pocket to a con man, which I'm sure grates very seriously. So they're trying to bring it down. But what they did was, what they've been doing is just giving him a huge gift and may have even helped him be elected in the next election. What they should have been doing all along is exactly what you just said, focusing on the policy, not just the case of extreme significance, like global warming, but also other policies. I mean, after this one legislative achievement of the Trump administration, tax scam, which poured gifts into the pockets of super rich and the corporate system, and had at the expense of everyone else, also had the side benefit, point of view of the Republican establishment, of creating a huge deficit, which can now be used as a pretext to cut away at social benefits, at welfare, at health, at education, at anything that might be of benefit to the unworthy majority. Those are the kinds of issues that, and there are many others I could list, that a serious opposition would have been focusing on, but not the remote possibility that somehow Trump is on Putin's payroll, which of course is not going to be true.
So we've established it's unlikely that Russia interfered in US elections in any meaningful way. But does any other state have the power to interfere in US democracy?
Well, there is one state that openly and proudly tries to interfere in US elections, even sending the prime minister to speak to a joint session of Congress without informing the White House, to try to undermine a major program of the White House. And speaking of Benjamin Netanyahu's appearance from Israel in order to try to block Obama's deal with Iran. That's radical interference. But all of that is really pretty marginal. There is massive interference in U.S. elections. Massive. It comes from the corporate sector. It's been demonstrated very effectively, again, in Ferguson's work, that elections in the United States are pretty much bought, in the sense that you can predict the outcome of an election with very high precision, simply by looking at the single variable of campaign spending. And that's, of course, only one. What that means is not only that those candidates get into office, but that as soon as they get into office, a representative has to spend many hours a day trying to get the donors to fund the donor class to fund his next election. Meanwhile, while the representative, he or she, is doing that, lobbyists, hordes of lobbyists, are pouring into congressional offices to meet with the staffs and to craft the legislation, which the legislator will sooner or later sign. And we see the consequences of this. Again, there's excellent, careful political science research. Martin Gillen, Larry Bartell, Benjamin Page, and others, which shows very convincingly that a considerable majority of the population of voters are literally unrepresented, and that there is no correlation between their own preferences and the voting record of their own representatives, who are listening to other voices, namely the voices of the donor class. Is that interference in elections? I mean, in comparison with that, anything else you can mention is like a piece of straw on a mountain. You know? So yes, there's massive interference in elections. Some from other states like Israel, nothing else of any significance. On top of that, the United States has no reluctance at all in substantially not only interfering in elections in other countries, but simply overthrowing the governments that we don't like. That's serious interference, and it happens all the time. I don't have to run through the record.
So we could say one of the bipartisan orthodoxies in the US political system is regime change. What's happening today in Venezuela now?
Well, the most important case, actually, I'll get to Venezuela in a moment, is Brazil. That's the most important country of Latin America, in fact, in many ways of the global South. And just think back to what happened. Lula da Silva was elected in 2003. 2016, the World Bank published a detailed study of his time in office, which they called the Golden Decade, in which there was enormous progress in Brazil in the reduction of poverty, in enhancing inclusiveness, including educational opportunities for marginalized people. The World Bank was full of praise for that and felt that it could have continued with the right policy. But there was a counter-reaction. After Lula left office, a soft coup began. His successor, Dilma Rousseff, was impeached on utterly derisory grounds by a gang of thieves in the parliament. It's shocking. Then came last fall. There was going to be there's an election last fall, last October. Lula was poised to win the election. In the public opinion polls, he was well in the lead. They put him in jail. He's in prison. 25-year sentence, solitary confinement, not allowed to read newspapers, and with limited visiting hours. I did manage to visit him with my wife, but very limited. And crucially, not permit make a public statement, unlike the murderers on death row. Okay, you have to silence that voice, and it was silenced. Then came something which is probably a precursor of what we're going to see in 2020 and elsewhere, a huge campaign of vilification, lies, demonization, mainly over the social media, which are the source of information for most of the population. A shocking display. And they managed to put in power the worst of the far-right gangsters who are plaguing the world right now. Lula is, in my opinion, the most important political prisoner in the world. Do you see any discussion or mention of it? This was a success of a right-wing coup to beat back the progress that was made. He also became probably the most respected statesman in the world and a strong voice for the global South. That can't be tolerated. But now Bolsonaro is turning and his cohorts, Pablo Guedes, the economics minister, ultra-right Chicago product, whose slogan, as he says, is privatize everything, sell off the country to foreign investors, destroy the educational system, cut back research, impose religious extremism, and turn Brazil into a well-behaved colony of the United States. So that's a big success. Now go to Venezuela. Well, a lot to say about it, but during the Chavez years, it was somewhat similar. It doesn't matter much what my opinion was or your opinion, but the opinion of Venezuelans does matter. And that was monitored regularly by Latino Barometro, the main polling agency in Latin America based in Chile, respect for its integrity. I found that Venezuela was ranked right next to Uruguay in the lead in Latin America for support for the government, support for democracy. Well, Chavez died. There were a lot of, I should say, both in the case of Brazil and Venezuela, there's plenty to criticize in the behavior of the ruling parties. But that's not the reason for the coups that are taking place. People who are carrying them out are even worse than they are in many ways. The United States has no reluctance at all in substantially not only interfering in elections in other countries, but simply overthrowing the governments that we don't like. Now, that's serious interference, and it happens all the time. I don't have to run through the record.
Noam Chomsky, thank you for joining us.
Thanks very much. Quite a number of interesting and important topics were raised by the students who invited me here, and I wish there were time to talk about all of them. I hope you'll feel free to bring them up in discussion. But I thought what I would do, rather than trying to review those briefly, is to focus on just one question. The most important question that's ever been asked in human history, a question that should be uppermost in everyone's mind. It's been hanging over our heads like a kind of sort of Damocles for many years, becoming more urgent every year. And it has now reached the point that the question will be answered in this generation. It's your challenge to answer it. Can't be delayed. Now, the question is whether organized human life will indeed survive, and not in the distant future. The question was raised clearly to everyone with eyes open on August 6, 1945. I was then roughly your age, happened to be at a summer camp. I was counselor. In the morning, an announcement came over the loudspeaker saying that the United States had obliterated the city of Hiroshima with a single bomb, the atom bomb. People listened, a few expressions of relief, and then everyone went on to their next activity, baseball game, swimming, whatever it might be. I was horrified both by the news and also by the casual reaction. So utterly horrified that I just took off and went off into the woods for a couple of hours to think about it. It was perfectly obvious if you thought for a second that not only about the horror of the events, but that humans in their glory had achieved the capacity to destroy everything. Not quite at that time, but it was clear that once the technology was established, it would only be developed further, escalate, and would soon reach the point of becoming what Dan Ellsberg, in his recent book, Essential Reading, incidentally, calls a doomsday machine, an automatic system set up so that everything becomes annihilated. And as he points out, we have indeed constructed such a machine, and we're living with it. Coming forward until today, leading specialists in these topics echo much the same double concern, but now in more stark and urgent terms than in 1945. One of the leading U.S. nuclear specialists, former Defense Secretary William Perry, has been touring the country recently with the message that he is, as he puts it, doubly terrified. Terrified by the severe and mounting threat of nuclear war, and even more so by the lack of concern about the possible termination of organized human life. And he's not alone. Among others, General Lee Butler, formerly head of the U.S. Strategic Command, which controls nuclear weapons and nuclear weapons policy. He recently reflected with deep remorse on his many years of service in implementing plans for what is sometimes called omnicide, crime far surpassing genocide, crime of wiping out every living organism. He writes that we have so far survived the nuclear age by some combination of skill, luck, and divine intervention, and I suspect the latter in greatest proportion. And he adds a haunting question. By what authority do succeeding generations of leaders in the nuclear weapon states usurp the power to dictate the odds of continued life on our planet? And most urgently, why does such breathtaking audacity persist at a moment when we should stand trembling in the face of our folly and united in our commitment to abolish its most deadly manifestations? Dan Ellsberg, in his recent book, again, I urge that you read it if you haven't, describes the record that he reviews mostly from inside the government at the highest planning level for many years. He describes it as a chronicle of human madness, and that's accurate enough. Repeatedly, we have come very close, ominously close, to terminal disaster. Now, the record should really be studied carefully. It's shocking. Now, sometimes it's due to the reckless acts of leaders, sometimes our leaders. very often through just sheer accident. So I'll give you a couple of examples. There are actually hundreds, literally. Take one in 1960, when it was discovered that the Russians might have missiles or soon might have missiles. The first early warning system was set up to detect a missile attack. The first day it went into operation, it provided to high leaders the information that the Russians had launched a missile attack with 99.9% certainty. Fortunately, people didn't react the way they're instructed to react. It turned out that there had been some miscalculations, and radar hit the moon and actually bounced back, wasn't expected to bounce back. And that's one case. A couple of years later, 1962, came what's been called rightly the most dangerous moment in history, Cuban Missile Crisis. The background is worth studying. Won't have time to go into it, but it is reckless acts of leaders, including our own leaders. At the peak moment of threat of the Cuban Missile Crisis, which came extremely close to terminal disaster, at that moment, there were Russian submarines outside the quarantine area that Kennedy had established, and they were under attack by U.S. destroyers that were dropping depth bombs on them. The conditions in the submarines were such that the crew could not really survive much longer. They were not designed for service in the Caribbean. They were designed for the far north. They had, U.S. didn't know it at the time, but they had missiles with nuclear warheads. And the crew at some point decided, look, since they're dropping bombs on us, they had no contact with anyone. There must be a nuclear war. We might as well send off the ultimate weapon. But that would have been the end. There would have been a retaliation, and then we're finished. To send off the missiles, they required the agreement of 3 submarine commanders. 2 agreed. One refused. Vasily Arkhipov. One of the reasons why we're still here. 1970, many other cases. 1979, the National Security Advisor, Zbigniew Brzezinski, was literally on the phone, ready to call President Carter, saying that there was definite information of a massive Russian missile attack, when he got a call saying there was an error, so he didn't call him. A year later, Ronald Reagan came into office, and one of his first acts was to start a program to probe Russian defenses. The objective was to determine what kind of defenses the Russians had against our attack, if we had one. The official wording was to practice command and staff procedures with particular emphasis on the transition from conventional to non-conventional operations, meaning use of nuclear weapons. The idea was to simulate air and naval attacks on Russia with all of this made as public as possible to the Russians, because they wanted to see how they'd react, including simulated nuclear attacks. At the time, it was thought the Russians would probably figure out that it's simulated, wouldn't react. Now that the Russian archives came out, turns out they took it pretty seriously, just as we would certainly have done. In fact, one of the leading U.S. intelligence analyses that recently appeared concludes from the record. Its title is "The War Scare Was for Real." They took it extremely seriously. Right in the midst of this, the Russian detection systems, which are far more primitive than ours, did detect an ongoing U.S. missile attack. The protocol is for the human being who receives it. His name happened to be Vladimir Petrov. He's supposed to take that information and send it up to the Russian high command, and they decide whether to release totally destructive missile attack on us. He just decided not to do it. He decided it probably wasn't serious. Another reason why we're alive, can add him to the roll of honor. Now, this goes on time after time. There have been literally hundreds of cases that came very close. The Bulletin of Atomic Scientists, as you probably know, established what they call a doomsday clock shortly after the atomic bombing. The first, what they do is every year a group of physicists, nuclear specialists, political and strategic analysts get together, try to assess the state of the world, the threats to the world, and set the minute hand of the doomsday clock a certain number of minutes before midnight. Midnight means say goodbye, we're finished. The first setting, 1947, was 7 minutes to midnight. It reached the most frightening setting, just 2 minutes to midnight, in 1953, when what was easy to anticipate in 1945 had happened. First, the United States, then the Soviet Union carried out tests of hydrogen bombs, vastly more destructive than atom bombs. In fact, an atom bomb is just used as a trigger to set it off. It's a huge destructive capacity. Now, that meant that human intelligence had reached the point where we could easily destroy all life, no problem. And the minute hand reached 2 minutes then. Since then, it's oscillated, but in recent years, it's been approaching midnight again. January 2017, right after Trump's inauguration, the minute hand was advanced to 2.5 minutes to midnight. Last January, after a year of Trump in office, it was advanced another half minute to 2 minutes to midnight. That's a sign that we have now matched the closest point to terminal disaster in the nuclear age, ominously close. And that was January. A couple months later, President Trump's nuclear posture review was released, raises the dangers further. I presume if the clock was set now, it might move another half minute to midnight. Well, I'll return to current crises, which are very real, and how they're being handled and what we might do about them to avoid disaster. But first, something else. Since 1945, we have been somehow surviving the nuclear age, actually miraculously, and we can't count on miracles going on forever. But we didn't know in 1945 was that humans were entering into another epoch, a new one, which is no less ominous. It's what geologists call the Anthropocene, a new geological epoch in which human activity is destroying the environment. Now, there have been debates among scientists about when to date the onset of the Anthropocene. But last year, the World Geological Society determined that a proper time to set it is right after World War II, the same time as the nuclear age. And the reason is because of the sharp escalation at that point in human activities, which were significantly damaging and will soon destroy the environment for organized life. We might add that the Anthropocene carries with it automatically a third major epoch, which is called the sixth extinction. You look through millions of years of history, there have been periods when some event caused a mass extinction of animal life. The last one was 65,000 years ago, when an asteroid hit the Earth, destroyed about 75% of animal life, ended the age of the dinosaurs, actually opened a way for small mammals to survive, they ultimately became us, we are determined to become another asteroid intent on destroying most animal life on Earth, and we're well advanced in that process. And so there are three major epochs that we've been living with: the nuclear age, the Anthropocene, sixth extinction, all accelerating. So let's just ask, how dangerous is the Anthropocene? Well, I'll give you a couple of recent illustrations from some of the leading scientific journals, recent articles. Let's start with Nature, British journal, the leading general scientific article. The title of the article is Global Warming's Worst Case Projections Look Increasingly Likely. No, reading it. A new study based on satellite observations finds that temperatures could rise nearly 5 degrees centigrade by the end of this century. The odds that temperatures will increase more than 4 degrees by that 2100 in the current scenario increased from 62% to 93%. In other words, pretty near certain. Now you go back to the Paris agreements, Paris negotiations, December 2015. The hope was in the international negotiations that the temperature rise could be kept to 1.5 degrees centigrade rise. And they considered that maybe 2% would be tolerable. Instead, we're heading to 4 to 5% with very high confidence. And here's one from the World Meteorological Organization, a recent one. Concentrations of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere surged at a record-breaking speed in 2016, last figures they have, to the highest level in 800,000 years. The abrupt changes in atmosphere witnessed in the past 70 years, the Anthropocene, are without precedent in the geological record. The globally average concentrations of CO2 reached over 400 parts per million, up from just 400 parts per million in 2015, which has been considered the upper tolerable limit, so we're now beyond it. The concentrations of CO2 are now 150% above the pre-industrial level. The rapidly increasing atmospheric levels of CO2 and other greenhouse gases have the potential to initiate unprecedented changes in climate systems, leading to severe ecological and economic destruction. The last time the Earth experienced a comparable concentration of CO2 was somewhere around 3 to 5 million years ago. At that point, the temperature was 2 to 3 degrees centigrade above now, and the sea level was 30 to 60 feet higher than it is now. That's what we're moving to in the near future. In fact, we're going beyond, because the prediction is to 4 to 5 degrees centigrade. Well, I'll leave the effects to your imagination. Here's a final example. Journal Science, leading American science journals. Even slightly warmer temperatures, less than anticipated in coming years, could start melting permafrost, which in turn threatens to trigger the release of huge amounts of greenhouse gases trapped in ice. There's twice as much carbon in permafrost as in the atmosphere. This will release huge amounts of methane, which actually is far more lethal than CO2, even though shorter persistence. And that accelerates other processes now very clearly underway, like the rapid melting of polar ice. The polar ice, as it melts, it reduces the reflective surface for sun's rays and creates more absorbent surfaces, the dark seas. So that accelerates warming, could lead to a nonlinear process in which everything blows up. It's leading, among other things, to the breaking up and the melting of huge Antarctic ice caps. One of them, West Antarctica, contains enough ice to raise sea level more than 10 feet. They're pretty easy to continue. In brief, the prospects are extremely serious. In fact, they're really awesome, which raises an obvious question. What are we doing about it? How are we reacting? Well, the world is actually taking some steps. Inadequate, but at least something. There's a commitment. And states and localities in the United States are also taking steps, which is quite important. But what is of prime importance, of course, is the federal government, the most powerful institution in human history. So what is it doing? It's withdrawn from the international efforts, but beyond that, it's committed to increasing the use of the most destructive fossil fuels. So our federal government, for which we are responsible, is dramatically leading a race to destruction while we sit and watch. That's pretty astounding. Now, that ought to be the screaming headline in every day's newspaper. It ought to be the main topic you study in every class. Never been anything like it. And it is astounding, as is the lack of attention. Another doubly terrifying phenomenon. We should be asking, among other things, what this tells us about our society and about our culture, what we're immersed in. And remember, all of this is imminent. We're approaching this rapidly. This century, it's your task to do something about it, and we're ignoring it. It's going on, we're racing towards it, we're ignoring it. Meanwhile, our chief competitor in destroying the planet, the Saudi Arabian dictatorship, has just announced plans to spend $7 billion this year for 7 new solar plants and a big wind farm. That's part of an effort on its part to move from oil, which destroys everything, to solar renewable energy. Now this is Saudi Arabia, and that highlights how lonely we are in our race to destruction. Even the extreme reactionary dictatorship, Saudi Arabia, which lives on oil, refuses to join us in our unique insanity, which is dedicated to destroying organized human life. And it's not just the current administration. The entire Republican Party leadership agrees. Go back to the 2016 primaries. Every single candidate denied that what is happening, with the exception of those who were called the sensible moderates, like Jeb Bush, who said it's all kind of uncertain, but we don't have to do anything about it because we're producing more natural gas thanks to fracking. In other words, making it worse. Now, the other sensible moderate adult in the womb, as he was called, was John Kasich, the governor of Ohio. He's the one person who agreed that anthropogenic global warming is taking place, but he added that we're going to burn coal in Ohio and we're not going to apologize for it. On ethical grounds, that's the worst of all. Think about it. Well, what about the media? They totally ignored this spectacle. Every crazy thing you can imagine was discussed extensively in the massive coverage of the primaries, but not the fact that the entire leadership of the party was saying, let's quickly destroy ourselves. Nothing. Go back and check. Almost no comment about it. The denialism of the leadership is having an effect on public opinion. So Republican voters have been climate change skeptics for a long time, way beyond anything in the world. But it's gotten far more extreme since Trump took office, and the numbers are pretty shocking. So by now, half of Republican voters deny that global warming is taking place at all. And only 30% think humans may be contributing to global warming. I don't think you can find anything like that among any significant part of the population anywhere in the world. And it should tell us something. One thing it should tell us is that there's a lot to do for those who hope that maybe organized human life will survive. Now, we're not talking about a remote future. Just think about the numbers I gave you before. We're talking about something imminent. Well, let's put that aside for a moment and go back to the growing threat of nuclear war. Are these ominous developments inexorable? So should we just throw up our hands in despair, say, okay, we're finished. Have a nice time. Goodbye. That's not at all true. There are very plausible answers in every single case that exists. Diplomatic options are always open, and there are quite straightforward general principles that can be quite effective. One principle is simple: obey the law. Not a particular radical idea, almost unheard of, but it could have some consequences. So what is the law? Well, there is something called the U.S. Constitution, which people are supposed to honor and revere. The Constitution has parts, has Article 6, for example. Article 6 of the Constitution says that valid treaties are the supreme law of the land. Every elected official is required to observe them. What's the most important treaty of the modern period? Unquestionably, it's the United Nations Charter. Article 1 of the Charter requires us to keep to peaceful means, to resolve international tensions and disputes, and to refrain from the threat or use of force in international affairs. And I stress threat, because that's violated all the time by every president and every high political leader. Every time you hear the phrase, all options are open, that's violating the supreme law of the land, if anyone cares. So let's take a couple of examples. So take Iran. It's an important example. There's a good deal of talk about the possibility that Iran may be violating the Joint Comprehensive Agreement, the JCPOA, the Iran deal. There's absolutely no evidence for that. The U.S. intelligence says they're observing it. The International Atomic Energy Agency carries out repeated inspections, say they're observing it completely. But there's a lot of discussion about it. There's no talk about something else. Is the U.S. violating the agreement? I'll try to check and see if anybody's talked about that. The answer to that's pretty simple. The U.S. is radically violating the agreement and has been all along. The agreement states that all participants, meaning us, are not permitted to impede in any way Iran's reintegration into the global economy, particularly the global financial system, which we pretty much control because everything works through New York. We are not permitted to interfere in any way with the normalization, I'm quoting it, the normalization of trade and economic relations with Iran. We're doing that all the time, and in fact are proud of it. All violations of the agreement. But it's ignored on a principle that's kind of interesting, the prevailing tacit assumption that the United States just stands above the law, including its own laws. So we don't have to observe our laws or any other laws because we're just unique. We do what we like. See if you can find an exception to that in the discourse on this topic. Well, in a couple of days, as you know, President Trump will probably withdraw from the treaty. Possibly, that's a gift to the hardliners in Iran. Tells them then they should maybe return to nuclear programs. That's an opening for the new National Security Advisor, John Bolton, for Benjamin Netanyahu, both of whom have called for bombing Iran right away, even while they fully respect the terms of the agreement that we violated. Publicly, quite publicly, there's no secret about it. And the consequences could be horrendous, but there happens to be a way of blocking those consequences, namely by the very simple device of respecting our own law. In fact, the supreme law of the land. Again, see if you can find a suggestion to that effect. Well, are there peaceful options? Pretty obviously. In this case, we could join the rest of the world, permit the agreement to continue to function. Or better, we might turn to improvement of the agreement. That's one thing that Trump has vociferously demanded. And there's good ways to do that. One obvious proposal for improving the agreement, which is ignored entirely, is to move towards establishing a nuclear weapons-free zone in the region. There are such agreements in various parts of the world, Latin America, for example, and it's a step towards mitigating the threat of disaster. So what about a nuclear weapons-free zone in the Middle East? If that were established, it would end any conceivable Iranian threat that you can imagine. So is there a problem of establishing it? Well, actually, there's one problem, but it's not the one that comes to mind. There's certainly no problem convincing Iran, because they've been calling for this for years, vociferously. Certainly not any problem with the Arab world. They're the ones who initiated the proposal 25 years ago. The rest of the world agrees as well. There's one exception, the United States. The United States refuses to allow it to proceed. This comes, you don't read this, but it comes up every couple of years in the annual review meetings of the Non-Proliferation Treaty countries, where it's continually brought up, continually vetoed by the United States, most recently by President Obama in 2015. And the reasons are perfectly clear to everyone. The US will not permit Israeli nuclear weapons to be even examined by the international agency, let alone to be dismantled. So therefore, we can't proceed with this very simple way of eliminating any nuclear threat from Iran or anyone else in the region. And also not discussed is that the United States and Britain have a special obligation, a unique obligation, to pursue a nuclear weapons free zone in the Middle East. The region is a United Nations Security Council resolution 687, you can look it up on the internet, which was initiated by the US. This was the resolution that was initiated when the US and Britain were, this is back in 1991. It's a resolution which called on Iraq to terminate any nuclear weapons programs. The US and Britain relied on this resolution in 2003 when they were trying to concoct some pretext for their planned invasion of Iraq. So they appealed to this resolution and said, we think Iraq is violating it, which in fact they weren't, and they knew they weren't. But if you read that resolution, go to Article 14, it commits the signers to work for a nuclear weapons-free zone in the Middle East. So the US and Britain are uniquely committed to working for this by the Security Council resolution that they initiated. Well, again,
it's 10 o'clock
to see if it's ever discussed. And so in short, the US willingness to observe US law that could bring this crisis to a very quick end and could even move on to a better solution. For example, if we were willing to observe Security Council resolutions that we ourselves instituted to end the illegal threats of force by every recent president and other high officials, and to end our constant violations of the Iran nuclear agreement. So there's easy answers to this crisis. Really simple. Obey the law, okay? That would end the crisis. Again, I advise you to search to see how often this is discussed and what that implies about our educational system, our culture, our media, our universities, and so on. Well, let's turn to the other major threat, North Korea. Now, there has been a proposal on the table for some years about how to reduce the threat in Northeast Asia. It's called a double freeze. It was initiated by China, supported by North Korea, supported by Russia, general support throughout the world. Now, the idea is that North Korea should freeze its weapons and nuclear programs, and in return, the United States should call off the threatening military maneuvers that the U.S. constantly carries out on North Korea's border, including flights on the border by our most advanced nuclear-capable bombers, warning of the threat of total obliteration of North Korea constantly happening. And it's no joke for the North Koreans. They have a little memory. We may want to forget it. But at the end of the Korean War, when it was more or less settled, the U.S. bombing was so intensive that there was nothing left to bomb, literally. So the Air Force, General MacArthur, started destroying dams, major dams. And if you read the Air Force histories, they exult about this. It happens to be a crime for which people were hanged at Nuremberg. But again, we're above the law. But the North Koreans can remember, and when these advanced nuclear-capable bombers are flying there, evokes some memory. So double freeze is one possibility. Double freeze could easily open the way to further negotiations. And at this point, the record becomes important. And you can find it in the scholarly record, not in the press, but in the scholarly record. There have been successes in negotiations. The major one was in 2005. The Bush administration was pressured by international pressure to return to negotiations, and the negotiations were extremely successful. North Korea agreed, I'm quoting the final document, North Korea agreed to abandon all nuclear weapons and existing weapons programs and to allow international inspections. In return for that, the U.S. agreed to establish a consortium that would provide North Korea with a light water reactor for medical use. U.S. would also issue a non-aggression pledge and an agreement that I'm quoting, that the two sides would respect each other's sovereignty, exist peacefully together, and take steps to normalize relations. Instantly, the Bush administration renewed the threat of force, froze North Korean funds in foreign banks, and disbanded the consortium that was to provide North Korea with a light water reactor. The leading U.S. Korea scholar, Bruce Cummings, writes that the sanctions were specifically designed to destroy the September pledges and to head off an accommodation between Washington and Pyongyang. That was 2005. Well, I've been searching the press for some time to see if these facts can even be reported, breaking the constant refrain that North Korea has broken all agreements and so can't be trusted. Can't review it now, but I urge you to try. You'll learn a lot. Well, that path could be pursued again, but as we know, there are even better options. It's worth taking a close look at them. On April 27th, North and South Korea signed a remarkable historic document. It's the Panmunjom Declaration for Peace, Prosperity, Unification of the Korean Peninsula. And it's worth reading carefully. I urge you to do it. Not the commentary, the actual words. In this declaration, The two Koreas, I'm quoting it, affirmed the principle of determining the destiny of the Korean nation on their own accord. On their own accord. Continuing to completely cease all hostile acts against each other in every domain, to actively cooperate to establish a permanent and solid peace regime on the Korean Peninsula, to carry out disarmament on a phased manner, to achieve the common goal of realizing through complete denuclearization a nuclear-free Korean Peninsula, to strengthen the positive momentum towards continuous advancement of inter-Korean relations, as well as peace, prosperity, and unification of the Korean Peninsula. And they further agreed to actively seek the support and cooperation of the international community, which means the United States, for the denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. Now, it's important to read those words. Their import is very clear. What they're saying is the U.S. should back off and allow the two Koreas to achieve peace, disarmament, unification, and complete denuclearization on their own accord, in the words of the Declaration. So we, the United States, should accept the call for support and cooperation in this endeavor by the two parts of the Korean nation to determine their destiny on their own accord. Okay, to put it more simply, the Declaration is a polite letter saying, "Dear Mr. Trump, declare victory if you want to prance around in public, but please go away and let us move towards peace, disarmament, and unification without disrupting the process." Now, that plea could hardly be more clear. And the general interpretation here is quite revealing. The general interpretation is that this complicates Washington's strategy. As the New York Times explains, quoting it, Mr. Trump will find it hard to threaten military action against a country that's extending an olive branch. Okay, that's the liberal side. It's entirely true that threatening military action, which happens to be a criminal act, is hard when the target is extending an olive branch. So we have some problems. Well, case after case, I won't go through other cases, we find that there are peaceful diplomatic options. Can't ever be certain that they'll work, but we should always be prioritized in accordance with our international obligations, in fact, in accord with the supreme law of the land. Well, is it hopeless? No, it's not hopeless, far from it. And we have plenty of evidence for that. So let's go back to a very important date in modern history, November 8th, 1916. Huge coverage of that date. And several events happened that are significant. The least significant of them was the one that gets most of the coverage, the election of Donald Trump. It's a little bit unusual, but it's not that out of the norm if a billionaire with huge amount of campaign spending and huge media support wins the presidency. It's kind of within the norm. But something really surprising did happen. The Sanders campaign, that broke with practically all of American political history. For well over a century, American elections have been mainly bought, literally. You can predict the outcome of an election with almost complete certainty by just looking at campaign funding. There's extensive, detailed academic study of this, both for president and Congress. What happened on November 16th was different. For the first time, a candidate came very close to winning the nomination, and would have won the nomination probably if the Democratic Party managers hadn't manipulated affairs to keep him out, as Bernie Sanders. And he did it without any campaign funding from any of the major sources. No corporate funding, no wealth, no media support. He was either ignored or denigrated in the media. That's a real breakthrough. What's more, he ended up becoming by far the most popular political candidate in the country. Take a look at the polls, as you can see on Fox News, in fact. They're well above any other political figure in popularity. Well, in a democratic society, the most popular political figure in the country, who had just carried off a remarkable break in well over a century of political history, you'd hear him every once in a while. Okay, I urge you to take a look and to take your own decisions. That's a more important event that took place on November 2016. There's another one which didn't get covered but should. At that time, the world was carrying out the successor negotiations to the Paris negotiations. The Paris negotiations on climate change in December 2015 aimed at a treaty, a verifiable treaty, to do something about this ominous threat. They couldn't reach a treaty for one reason. The Republican Party would not permit it. So they couldn't have a treaty. It was a voluntary agreement. The following year, 2016, they were meeting again to try to put some teeth in the treaty. On November 8th, the day of the American elections, the World Meteorological Organization, this was taking place in Morocco, Marrakesh, Morocco. The World Meteorological Organization released a study on the very dire state of the climate, kind of thing I gave a couple of samples of before. Then the election results came in. The meeting basically stopped. The question before the international world is, can the world survive when the most powerful country in history is taken over by a political party that not only denies that what is happening, but is committed to accelerate the race to destruction? And they kind of hoped that maybe China would save the world from disaster. Just think about that for a moment. Maybe China will save the world from the disaster that the Republican Party is bringing to the world. I let you think about that. But the fact is, there are plenty of things that can be done. And the success of the Sanders campaign, and particularly the aftermath, lots of things are going on that fed from it that could make a difference. But it doesn't happen on its own. It takes serious engagement. Well, go back to the beginning. Your generation, that's you, is facing the most awesome question that has ever arisen in human history. The question is, will organized human life survive? And we're talking about the near future. Can't escape it. There are plenty of opportunities, like it or not. It's up to you to determine the fate of the human species. It's an awesome responsibility. It's one that cannot be evaded. Okay, thank you. Now it's your turn. Hello? How do you want to work this? Hello?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Just wanted to give a quick thanks to everyone for coming out tonight, and a great thanks to Dr. Chomsky tonight for this great delivery. Tonight we're going to open it up about 20-15 minutes for discussion and questions, so if you'd like to come up here to give your questions, that'd be great. Thank you.
Hi, Professor Chomsky. First, I just wanted to say thank you so much for being able to come here. It's truly an honor to see you in person, and I really mean that. The question I have for you is, in your opinion, do you see a link between Islam as a set of ideas and Islamic radicalization, or is the latter solely as a result of American foreign policy?
I don't hear it too well, so I'll have to hear the question repeated. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Sure, yeah. In your opinion, do you see a link between Islam as a set of ideas and Islamic radicalization, or is the latter solely as a result of American foreign policy?
Islamic ideas, practice. Yeah. The question about Islamic ideas and practice. Well, I mean, Islam is like Christianity, Judaism, Buddhism. There's no such thing as Islamic ideas. There are lots of different Islamic ideas, just like Christian. The real question we should be asking, particularly here, is what about Christianity? That's something we can do about. Okay, so that's the highest priority. So what are Christian ideals? Well, they vary all over the place. People in high places now claim to be devout Christians. And on the basis of Christian ideals, they're saying, let's proceed to destroy the world. I don't know anybody in the Islamic world who's doing that. Now, that's, of course, not all Christian ideals. There are others, too. Martin Luther King expressed different Christian ideals. And it's the same with the Islamic world. You can find lots of things. But the idea that there are fixed Islamic ideals, which are a problem for the world, that doesn't mean anything. You have to look at, take a look at individual cases. So take, say, Iran and the United States. Both states in which the leadership is claims to be deeply religious and committed to the faith, and asking what the two of them are doing with regard to the leading issue that they're now in conflict over. Turns out that the Iranian leadership is calling vociferously for establishing a nuclear weapons-free zone in the region, which would end any threat. And the Christian United States, with its deeply Christian leadership, is saying, sorry, we can't, because we have to preserve Israeli nuclear weapons from inspection. Well, is it a problem about the Islamic faith?
Thank you. Appreciate it. Would it help if I approached you so that you could hear my question better, or you're fine? Okay. I really loved the theme that was present throughout your entire speech, where you talked about the necessity of following the law. And I feel like a big problem that's playing into that currently is that white collar legal practices are not really being persecuted right now. So people in power, people of wealth, are not submitting to the law. And I was wondering if you have any ideas on how we could reform the judiciary system that allows people to be persecuted if they're in a place of power or in a place of great wealth.
Well, there are easy ways for the people in power to be prosecuted. We have laws, okay? So we could implement the laws. I agree that it's kind of unthinkable, but that's within our power, right? It is within our power to compel the authorities, who are technically under our control in a democratic society, to do something simple like obey your own laws. Every administration says, no, that's impossible. So take, say, torture under the Bush administration. There was massive torture going on. There's no debate about this. When Obama came in, he determined that there would be no punishment for the torture. Actually, when you look back at the torture, it's kind of interesting. It's claimed that the Bush massive torture by the Bush regime on Guantanamo and all sorts of other black sites around the world, that was in violation of US law. It's not so clear. The United States has never signed has really never signed the International Torture Convention. Under Reagan, 1984, the US did sign it and ratify it, but with reservations. When the US signs international agreements, almost always with reservations, and those are important to look at. The reservations excluded the kind of torture that the CIA has determined is the most effective torture. It's what's called mental torture, not electrodes on the genitals, but the kind of torture that doesn't leave a sign on the body, which is miserable, vicious torture. That they've determined, they picked it up from the KGB, the Russian KGB, that this is the kind of torture that really works. And that kind of torture was excluded when the US signed and ratified the Torture Convention. It was then Clinton added further endorsement of that. Something else we might want to think about. And we might want to think about the fact that the new head of the CIA is a woman who was supervising this. But that's only one example. The case of the constant threats of war, and it's case after case. Like one thing that the US is very proud of, talks about openly under Obama, was carrying out cyber attacks against Iranian nuclear systems, which severely harmed them. Another thing where that happens to be the Pentagon regards cyber attacks as an act of war. The new Nuclear Posture Review states that cyber attacks are legitimate nuclear war in response. But when we carry them out, we're proud of it, okay? The drone campaign is a global assassination campaign. We assassinate anybody we think might be planning to harm us. Suppose that some other country did that. Say, suppose that Iran started assassinating every president. John Bolton, the National Security Advisor, who writes in the main press that we should bomb Iran. No question about the threat. Plenty of other people who they think are harming them. Half the leadership in Israel. How would we react? Would we think, it's fine, have every right to do it? We have to reach a level of civilization in which we are able to think about ourselves and what we do. It's really easy to blame others, right? But there's another question. What about ourselves? Can we reach a level of culture in which we can ask ourselves really simple questions like the kind you're asking? It's very hard. You take a look at the discussion across the spectrum and the intellectual culture, these questions just aren't raised. And that means a lot of work to do, serious work, starting right here in universities.
Because of time restrictions, we only have time for 4 more questions. So I apologize for everyone who came up, but if you guys could please take your seats.
First of all, thank you for coming and thank you for the great talk. So the political revolution that Bernie Sanders promotes is a bottom-up movement, and historically, bottom-up movements in the US that have succeeded have required the presence of a sympathetic government. So in today's conditions, when the government is unresponsive and can be quite threatening, how can a grassroots movement be successful?
Well, just take a look at our own history. Let's go back to the 1950s. In the 1950s, black people were being lynched in the South with celebrations. A black person couldn't sit in a bus. A black student couldn't sit at a lunch counter. There were laws in the United States up till much later, in fact, against miscegenation, which said that if anyone had one drop of black blood, which means any remote black ancestor, they couldn't marry a white person. That was the 1950s, actually the 60s. Is it true today? No. Why? Well, one reason is a couple of black students in Greensboro, North Carolina, decided to sit in at a lunch counter. They were, of course, immediately arrested and dragged away. Can't do a thing like that. It could have ended it, but it didn't. A couple of more black students came in the next day. It was a bigger arrest. And pretty soon you had some white students coming down to the South. You had the formation of SNCC, Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. You had freedom riders going to areas in the South which are really like Nazi Germany. Where you could just be slaughtered for trying to allow a black person to vote. In fact, I should say that when Nazi Germany, was searching around for some legal precedent for their racist laws, the Nuremberg laws, the precedent they hit on was the United States. The United States is the only country they could find which had laws like the miscegenation law. They didn't quite accept US laws because US laws were too severe. The Nazis didn't accept the one drop of blood law, and they thought that was too harsh. But that's the United States. The problems aren't over by any means. Certainly not over, but they're not what they were. And that's grassroots movement. Same with the women's movement, same with just about any advance in society that you can think of. These are not gifts from above. They come from activist movements. Often students are in the lead. There's a good reason for that. Students, not just in this country, other countries too, the students, say you, are in a stage of their lives where they are uniquely free. Think about it. You're sort of out of parental control. You're not yet in a situation where you have to put bread on the table to survive. So you have a lot of freedom. You have a lot of freedom. You can think, you can talk to each other, you can go into, you're in a situation in any reasonable university, I'm sure here, where you can explore, you can acquire, you have the resources. It's a time when people can really think about things, not just about how to make money tomorrow, but about other more important things.